Well, hello everybody, and welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so excited to spend the day with you wrangling the cloud. There are a couple hundred of your peers already here and more joining every moment. And I'm so excited for this. I hope you are too. We've got a whole bunch of great presenters today to help us think through and wrap our arms around how to do cloud well. You know, that's something that all of you are probably considering in one way or another. And I promise you're going to get so much value from this event today, from all of our presenters, as well as from your peers who ask great questions, and we'll address those as we go. By way of getting started, we have just a few housekeeping things to get through. I promise I will keep it quick, and then we will get on to the presentations. So just a few things to cover here. First of all, I'm sure you're aware, we're going to be giving away some prizes today. I have some details for you on that. I want to make sure you know about the ability to submit questions and how we're going to tackle those. I want you to know that the discussion extends beyond this platform and that there are some additional resources available to you. So let's look at each of those things real quick. So first of all, you know, we're giving away 5 M1 iMacs. I know that that's exciting for many of you. I'm running this event on an M1 MacBook Pro. I've got a M1 MacBook Air in the bag over there, and they are great. I think 5 people are going to get an awesome computer today. We're also giving away $500 Amazon gift cards every 30 minutes. So be paying attention for those. And one more thing, we're giving away a $50 Amazon gift card to the attendee who asked the best question today. So I'm going to talk about questions in a minute, but as you ask your questions, you are entering yourself in a drawing to win a $50 gift card for someone who asks a great question. And we will, if you're the winner of that one, we will reach out to you via email after the event to deliver that. So briefly, on the prizes, there are some requirements. You must be here, which all of you are. Hey, thanks for being here. There's also an option, which I'll show you more about in a moment, to donate that winning. We have some great charities that we're partnered with where you can donate your prize. If you are a winner, you will have to submit an IRS Form W-9 to ActualTech Media for tax purposes. We'll work with you to get that done. And we will be in touch with you via email. So you don't have to reach out to us. We will very shortly after the event contact you to get that prize delivered. If you want more details on the prizes, you could either go to the URL you see on the slide here, or in the handouts pane of your console, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, there's a handout called ATM Prize Terms. You can view the full prize terms and conditions there. Now, as I said, we're partnered with some awesome charities who would love your donation. And if you are just feeling very generous today or prefer not to deal with that gift, or you can't, you know, some organizations have certain restrictions around whether you can even accept that winning, we can work with you to get that donated to one of these awesome charities, and we would love to help you do that. So that's an option for you. If you want to do that, when we reach out to deliver the prize, just let us know that that's something you're interested in, and we can talk with you about how you would do that. Like I mentioned, I want this discussion to be very lively, and I am standing by on Twitter at @JDGreen, as well as on the ActualTech Media Twitter account, and I'm monitoring the hashtag ATM Megacast. If you're here today and you want to, you know, chat with your peers about what's going on, I highly encourage you to take this conversation on Twitter and let's talk about it. As I'm able, obviously I've got some moderation duties here, but as I'm able, I'm going to be responding there, and we can continue this discussion as well. Probably lots of the presenters will pop in and do the same. So, of course, I want your primary focus to be on what's happening here on your screen, but please, let's chat about this on Twitter at @JDGreen, ATM Megacast hashtag. A couple ways you can stay in touch with ActualTech Media stuff. If you're enjoying this, there's lots of other stuff we put out there that we think you may enjoy. The ActualTech YouTube channel is a place where we're posting new stuff all the time. That's just youtube.com/ActualTechMedia. We also run a couple of podcasts that you may find interesting. One is called 10 on Tech. It's a real short podcast where we introduce you to ideas and businesses you may not be familiar with in just 10 or 15 minutes. So check that out. Not pictured here on the slide is another recently launched podcast called Inside the Guide, where we take topics from our Gorilla Guide book series and break those down in a 45-minute or so podcast with industry experts, leaders in the space. So we just launched that with a series on Kubernetes. It was super fun to create, and I think you'll enjoy it. So check that out, Inside the Guide by ActualTech Media. And lastly, make sure and follow us on LinkedIn. We're also doing a lot there and would love to engage with you on that platform. We post especially events-related stuff there, new content that we publish. So whenever new stuff rolls off the line, content-wise, we publish that there. So if you want to keep an eye on what else we're publishing, the two places are events.actualtechmedia.com, where you can see all of the upcoming events. We'll mention that a bunch more times today, events.actualtechmedia.com, as well as you should follow our LinkedIn page. So that's all the housekeeping stuff. To kick this event off, we have a special guest speaker today, Matt Laufer, who's going to talk to us about the state of cloud applications to kind of set the stage for all the conversations that we're going to have throughout the rest of the day. So buckle up. I'm excited for a fun day, wrangling the cloud together. I'm excited that you're here. Thank you for joining us. Let's start by hearing from Matt.
It's no secret. Cloud computing is no longer an emerging technology, and any reticence to adopting cloud solutions in the enterprise is long gone. If the migration of enterprise applications to the cloud was accelerating before COVID, it has absolutely exploded during and since the pandemic. Microsoft CTO Satya Nadella was quoted as saying, "We've seen 2 years of digital transformation in 2 months." In this intro, we'll take a look at the challenges facing companies migrating enterprise applications to the cloud, as well as some of the solutions. But first, let's take a look at the cloud application landscape. Cloud solutions can be architected in a number of ways, depending on a wide variety of factors. Public cloud is probably the most familiar. These are solutions that are wholly owned and managed by the cloud provider. Private cloud solutions are wholly owned and managed by the enterprise and will either live in the enterprise data center or a co-location facility. Hybrid cloud solutions represent a combination of private and public cloud resources. And finally, a multi-cloud solution represents a mix of multiple public cloud and private cloud solutions. Now let's take a look at cloud adoption trends in 2021. Hybrid is the new normal. As businesses make this transition, the hybrid model presents a number of benefits, allowing enterprises to leverage the latest cloud technologies while protecting their existing and on-premise investments. According to a recent Deloitte survey, more than 90% of global enterprises will rely on a hybrid cloud model by 2022. 97% of IT managers plan to distribute workloads over 2 or more clouds to maximize resilience, meet regulatory and compliance requirements, and leverage best-in-class solutions from multiple providers. 68% of CIOs ranked migrating to the public cloud and/or expanding private clouds as a top spending priority, up 20 percentage points from the same survey 6 months earlier. Now let's review some of the benefits of hybrid cloud. First, cost. By leveraging a combination of public and private clouds, the bulk of a workload can be run in a private cloud, which tends to be more cost-effective, and the public cloud is utilized for overflow when the private cloud reaches capacity. Flexibility and scale. As noted, public clouds can be leveraged at times when the private cloud is at capacity. Public clouds tends to have a lot more scale, so by leveraging a public cloud at times of peak private cloud capacity, scale is greatly increased. Security. By keeping your most sensitive data in your wholly owned and managed private cloud, you can retain greater control and security of this data. Compliance. By keeping your most sensitive data in the private cloud, it's easier to manage regulatory compliance of that data, and if necessary, sanitize the data before pushing it to the public cloud. Standardization. Because of the popularity of the hybrid model, public cloud providers have become keen to provide services that support a hybrid model, making integration between private and public clouds far more seamless. Now let's take a look at some of the challenges migrating applications to the cloud. Data is growing exponentially. According to Statista, there were 2 zettabytes of data online in 2010, and that is expected to grow to 149 zettabytes by 2024. One thing is for sure, solutions need to scale. Efficiency. In our 24/7 world, applications need to function in an always-on fashion and function at a state of peak performance around the clock and around the globe. Access. Ensure only those who should have access can access an application. Application security is paramount. Security threats from bots, hackers, and ransomware attacks are increasing at an alarming rate. Continuity is key. If and when your application is compromised, you need a plan and the resources to get your data, code, and infrastructure back online as quickly as possible. And finally, app modernization. Most enterprises have legacy applications that support critical business functions. The goal of modernization is to update your application to better support all of the previously mentioned challenges, and this represents a huge challenge on its own. While managing cloud applications can seem complex, there are a few keys to ensuring success. 24/7 global availability, near infinite scalability, lightning fast efficiency, and a rock-solid data protection plan. In today's Megacast, we will hear from industry leaders that will walk you through all of these challenges and some of the best-in-class solutions to address them.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt, for setting the stage that way for us. One thing I forgot to mention, folks, is that throughout the event, we'll be running some poll questions. Those poll questions help to inform future events that we run. We want to make sure that we're running stuff that is helpful to you, that is going to help you level up in your career, do a better job in your role. And so we want to understand what's going on for you and how we can help. So throughout the event, I'm going to throw up a number of poll questions, and we really appreciate your responses there. Where it's one that would be useful, we can maybe even discuss that. The results sometimes are really interesting, and you can learn kind of from your peers what's going on for them, and maybe that informs some things you're doing. So if the results are interesting, I may dig into those a little bit, but thank you for responding. It's certainly going to help make sure that future events you join are awesome for you. So I'm going to give just another minute here before closing the poll. I see there's still people answering, so thank you for that. So during the 5-minute intro keynote there, I chatted with a couple of you on Twitter. Thanks for that. Everybody else, let's chat. JD Green, hashtag ATM Megacast. Let's talk about wrangling the cloud. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the poll for now. Thank you for your responses there. And we're going to go ahead and get started. Kim Lambert and Mike Preston from Rubrik. Kim and Mike, welcome to the Megacast. I'm so excited to start with you guys. Let's talk about wrangling the cloud. Go ahead and take it away.
Let's do it. Awesome. Okay, thanks so much, James. Really appreciate it. So yes, I'm Kim Lambert. I'm on the product marketing team at Rubrik, where my focus is on how Rubrik ensures the availability of backup data in the cloud. And I'm joined today by Mike Preston from technical marketing, who is a developer advocate and a 20-plus year veteran in the IT space. So the short time that we have today, I'm going to walk you through some key challenges you may face with data protection in the cloud. I'll talk about how Rubrik has built a zero-trust data management platform to provide security at the point of data for business continuity, cloud acceleration, and cyber resilience, because that's what Rubrik does. We protect your data and applications from ransomware, from operational failures with an immutable data backup and recovery platform. And then Mike here, of course, will show you a demo of the interface so you can see how some of this works. Let me start by setting the stage with what many customers we talk to are trying to address as part of their business's data backup and recovery initiatives. The first is figuring out, of course, how do they solve for data management for hybrid or multi-cloud with a solution that supports and scales with them. Secondly, they're trying to modernize and automate the way they run their digital estate. So their data management must be easy to automate and to integrate into their environment. And of course, they're tackling security risk. So data security, ransomware recovery, plus data governance, that's all top of mind for everybody these days. Any data management solution would be incomplete if it didn't provide recovery from cyber attack. But there's several challenges complicating all of this. One involves legacy data backup and recovery. So what is it about a legacy approach that makes it a poor fit for cloud workloads and expanding cloud adoption? Well, with legacy operating models, legacy technologies, that's what we mean by legacy, you may have been using for, say 20 plus years. There's a lot of complexity on the front end for deploying and configuring. So over the years, you can wind up with hundreds, if not thousands of jobs to maintain. Legacy systems can suffer from slow and inconsistent recovery. And then when you introduce cloud operating models to legacy systems, they can struggle in those hybrid and multi-cloud architectures and end up driving up costs. So there's the capital outlay to maintain and upgrade hardware. There's the cost and expertise to manage the sea of backup jobs, and then the cost of downtime and missing recovery SLA windows. Another challenge actually has to do with the shared responsibility model, if you're not familiar with this. So regardless of how it's being consumed, if it's infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, it doesn't matter if someone's handing you a whole SaaS email or collaboration tool application. In all these delivery models, there is a consensus among public cloud vendors that data protection is something you need to consider as consumers of these platforms. And the onus of data protection lies on you, the customer. So this can become especially tricky if you're hybrid, if you're multi-cloud, or if you're operating at an enormous scale. But fortunately, with Rubrik, we help customers solve for cloud scale while making sure their data is protected. So our platform can tie in no matter where you are in building out your cloud presence. So whether you're 90% on-prem and you're trying to get to the cloud in the next 12 months, or you're born in the cloud and building all your apps in Google, and you want to know how to apply security and governance to that framework. Our software is designed to run anywhere. So you may be familiar with Rubrik already, but since 2014, we've set out to modernize legacy backup, so consolidating and simplifying data management with a secure backup and recovery solution that's, number one, built to support all enterprise applications, like you can see here. Number two, built with cloud in mind. So we support all the major cloud players out there that you may be using, as well as Microsoft 365 from a pure SaaS perspective. And then our platform is built with an API-first approach, so I'll talk to you more about that. The file system we've built that underpins the platform is natively immutable, and we combine that file system with a zero-trust design. So operations can only be performed through authenticated APIs. Once data is written at a code level, it can't be read, it can't be modified, it can't be deleted. And that's really good to give you a baseline defense against ransomware. And of course, hey, the whole reason people invest in technologies like ours is to be able to quickly recover and restore operations in the event of a cyber attack, so keeping data available and their business running. And for that, we deliver some additional value too, so keep that in mind beyond backup with insights, use cases like cyber resiliency, data governance, by the way we index and manage and analyze the metadata of those backups. So looking at change rates to see, did a ransomware attack occur? The ability to roll back and then forensically identify how widespread that attack was. Also, data classification, sensitive data discovery tools that, again, look at backup metadata and can tell you where things like PII or HEPA data lives within your estate. So, I noted that everything at Rubrik begins with an API. That's just powerful because it's simple to automate with third-party tools. You can manage Rubrik through the API, through code, just as simply as you can through the point-and-click interface. And a lot of organizations we work with have an automation strategy, and they like that Rubrik can tie in simply to these tools shown here. Terraform's a big one. We have a dedicated Terraform provider that can provision things up and down as cloud workloads are built and ripped down. Now, for the cloud, all right, let's get to this. There's 3 key capabilities you get with Rubrik that I'll cover. The first one is the ability to archive to lower cost long-term cloud storage. Secondly, the ability to launch existing applications in the cloud, so accelerating the move from on-prem with instantiation of VMs and applications. And then finally on the right, helping customers protect their new cloud-native applications across clouds. So let's take a look at each of these. All right, cloud archival. So what we see a lot of customers do is they have Rubrik backing all their data up, and then they'll take an archive of that data backup and send it to public cloud, so maybe an AWS S3 bucket. The technology does incremental forever in the archive, so it's efficient with how we're placing the data in the cloud bucket, and we can do other things like cost tier within these cloud buckets where we can optimize cost per gig. We can also automate that life cycle of how the data tiers, when it tiers based on policies, storage class. This is all controlled within an SLA domain, as Mike will get into, to dictate when and where you want the data archived. Because again, all the metadata is indexed, it's searchable. And if you need to go pull data out of the archive, you can retrieve single files without pulling the whole VM back. So it's highly cost effective in how we're able to search data. We also, of course, encrypt and provide immutable copies to safeguard against ransomware. And then at the bottom here, it's an agnostic approach because we can tier data to cloud for long-term retention to any cloud provider as well as on-premises. Okay, so next up, cloud instantiation, that middle piece. So we call this cloud on. If we continue down the example I just gave, you've archived data to an S3 bucket. What cloud on allows you to do is take that data living in the archive and instantiate it to run in an EC2 instance. So the magic happens when our software handles the conversion from, say, a VMDK to an Amazon machine image in AWS, right? And it lowers the recovery point objective significantly for workloads you're converting. So say you have an app that's mission critical, it goes down in your data center, and you want to now launch that app in the cloud. You can actually do that with Rubrik in a couple of minutes. Another big use case here on the right, test dev. So maybe I want to take VMs that live in my data center and use Rubrik as the mechanism to migrate them to cloud and then spin up there so I can run testing. Once your data is safe, secure in the cloud, Rubrik can even act as a component of your disaster recovery, your DR to the cloud strategy. So using data in the archive, what Cloud On does is allow you to lift and shift virtual machines into AWS, into Azure. And you can do migration in bulk. So we've had customers that migrate thousands of VMs within a 24 to 48 hour span. The last piece is cloud native. So this is a SaaS-based snapshotting tool, and this software is used to protect workloads that are infrastructure as a service or platform as a service in the cloud. And after they've lifted and shifted or they've built things cloud native, our customers want to make sure they can provide that same level of governance and security to things in the cloud. The beauty of this is it's SaaS, right? So from a configuration perspective, there's no running resources like compute nodes in your cloud account. All we're doing is connecting via API from our console, which is just an aggregation of metadata. It's a control plane, and we connect from that control plane via API to your cloud account, and then off you go. From a protection standpoint, we have the ability to create a policy that spans hundreds of thousands of resources in the cloud by simply telling what kind of recovery point objective, what kind of recovery time objective you want. And from a recovery standpoint, we have near zero recovery time objectives. So you can recover things across region and account in the cloud. Everything is searchable. From a security perspective too, the snapshots we take, they're immutable. They can't be altered or encrypted, and those snapshots remain inside your cloud account until you decide not to. From a usability standpoint, we have a point-and-click multi-cloud dashboard experience that the operator can utilize for visibility in a way that native tooling from a cloud provider can't do. So, if you're looking at things that, like AWS backup, Azure backup, they can't do that across different clouds. But for the cloud builders or DevOps folks, we have the ability to deploy this as code with a dedicated Terraform provider. So you can auto-provision Rubrik up and down as you're launching cloud templates across resources in AWS and Azure. So, okay, we talked about the ability to archive to the cloud, that's cloud out. We talked about instantiation, launching on cloud. And then we talked about the last piece, which is how to protect the data that's living in IaaS or PaaS in the cloud. And so we believe we have one of the most elegant solutions out there from a cloud perspective. We got a single command center, regardless of where your data lives or where it's going. I'll wrap things up on my end by saying we'd love to hear from you. sales@rubrik.com, reach out. And we have a multitude of resources you can reference in the meantime, including Rubrik technical resources that are actually dedicated to each of the public cloud providers. Okay, so let's go ahead and get to Mike's demo, the fun part.
All right, thanks, Kim. Now that you've done all the legwork with the slides, I get to jump in and do the fun part, and that's showing off some of our awesome cloud capabilities. So how I'm going to approach this demo is I actually want to walk through the journey that we see our customers take. We'll start out with utilizing Rubrik's Cloud Out functionality. That's our ability to archive those older backups to the cloud. And for a lot of our customers, Cloud Out is really their first experience with cloud. From there, I'll show how we configure something called Cloud On. This is our ability to take those archive backups and actually convert them into cloud native instances such as EC2 or Azure VMs. And then finally, I'll walk through our protection capabilities available once your organization is fully invested in the cloud and show how Rubrik Polaris can provide cloud native protection. All right, so to start, let's take a look at Cloud Out. So configuring and setting up archiving within Rubrik is really simple. First, we need to create a bucket within AWS. Then we simply provide Rubrik with that bucket information. And then finally, we set up an archive policy inside an SLA domain. So as far as creating the bucket, you can most certainly follow the instructions in our user manual. This provides you with all the policies and permissions that need to be applied to the bucket in order for Rubrik to gain access. That said, if you're an automation junkie like myself, you can definitely use tools such as Terraform, Ansible, or AWS CloudFormation to do all the work for you. In fact, let me show you Rubrik build here. This is our open source community. And as you can see, we've already done a lot of the legwork for you here. You can easily download these instructions and the code to configure the bucket within the cloud. And in some cases, it'll configure Rubrik as well with the code available directly from this site. So in order to point Rubrik towards the bucket, let me first jump back into Rubrik, and we simply click the gear icon, and then we'll head to archival locations. Here you can see we have a few already set up. We have one in Azure, one in AWS, and one in GCP. Now, if we wanted to add a new archival location, we simply click on the plus sign here, and then we just need to fill in all the required information, such as the archival type, the bucket name, its associated region, access keys, and all the things like that. And if we scroll down here, we can see we can also easily enable encryption within the bucket using either a generated RSA key or a service such as AWS KMS. I'm just going to cancel out of here because we already have some set up. So now with Rubrik knowing about that archival location, we just need to assign it to an SLA domain. So I'll head to SLA domains, then local domains here, and let's go through the process of creating a new SLA domain. Again, I'll click that plus sign to add a new SLA, and let's pump in some RPO and retention here. Say, take a backup every 4 hours. Let's keep that for a day. Then we'll take a daily and we'll keep it for 30 days. I'll click next, and now we can configure our archival settings. Now, this is as easy as simply toggling it on here with the switch and then using our slider to specify how many days we want to keep local before archiving that data off. We then just simply select our archival location, so let's say AWS in this case, and then if we wanted to, we can also select which tier or storage class to store our archive backups on. So if we were looking for a very long-term retention strategy to meet compliance regulations or something like that, we could, for instance, archive directly to Glacier or Glacier Deep Archive. And that's really it for enabling Cloud Out. Any VMs or objects that we now assign to this SLA will automatically inherit those archiving policies and begin pushing data up to the cloud. So now let's move into Cloud On. For Cloud On to work, Rubrik needs to be able to spin up temporary compute instances within the customer's cloud environment in order to perform these conversion processes from, taking a VMware VM and converting that to, let's say, an EC2 instance. So if we head back to our archival locations, let me show you how this is done. First, I'll select one to edit here, and then we'll scroll down to Advanced Settings. So here we can see under the compute settings that we just need to input some basic information for our temporary cloud compute to take place. Basically just the VPC in which it should run, the subnet, as well as a security group containing the proper rules to allow communication. And again, if we take a look at Rubrik Build here, there's a number of projects available to help create and maintain all of the cloud infrastructure for us to support Rubrik Cloud on using all those popular automation tool sets that we talked about earlier. So once configured, we'll have the option on our backups now to perform what's called a launch on cloud, which basically takes the archived VMDK, converts it to an Amazon AMI, and then basically launches a live EC2 instance of the point-in-time copy from it. So that's cloud out and cloud on. Our final piece of cloud functionality that I want to show you is cloud native protection. So for this, we utilize Rubrik Polaris. This is our SaaS offering. First, let me head to inventory here in Rubrik Polaris. And here you can see all of the different backup sources we protect with Polaris. So things like Microsoft 365, Azure, AWS, EC2, RDS, all of that stuff. So let's drill into EC2. So the first thing I want to start with here is accounts. So as you can see, we have a couple of accounts that are added to this Polaris instance. But if, like a lot of organizations, you heavily use cloud accounts for segregation of environments, well, you can add as many as you need to Polaris. So if we head back to our EC2 instances tab, you can see that this is going to give us a global look of all of our instances across all of the accounts. So even if you're utilizing multiple accounts within AWS, you're able to manage the data protection of them all within one Polaris instance. So if we drill into one here, you can see that same calendar views provided within Polaris as we're used to with the on-premises version of Rubrik, the cloud data management software. And we can drill in just the same as well here. So we see all these snapshots now, but just a note, these snapshots aren't stored within Polaris. Basically, in the case of cloud native protection, Rubrik is acting as an orchestration layer, which basically just calls the proper, in this case, AWS APIs to take EBS volume snapshots and basically automates the process from start to finish, basically managing the entire life cycle of your EBS snapshots. So what this means is customer's data never actually leaves the customer's environment. It's stored as EBS snapshots within their environment. No data, only metadata around that data is sent back to Polaris. So if we click the little ellipsis, we can see what options we have for recovery. First, let's take a look at file level, right? We can actually crack open these EBS snapshots and retrieve individual files and folders. And just as with Cloud On, this is all made possible by temporary Rubrik compute nodes running within the customer's cloud environment. So if we actually search for a file here, let's say hosts, and then we'll go through the wizard here, we can see that we can recover this certain file to either an existing S3 bucket that we have set up, or if we wanted to, we could create a new S3 bucket and basically crack open those snapshots and pull individual files and folders out of them. Second, we have another option here called recover. So recover basically takes that original EC2 instance and rewinds it back to a specified point in time. Basically what happens is the original EC2 instance gets powered down. We restore the EBS volumes from the snapshots. And then we basically attach them to the original EC2 instance and we power it back on. And the last option we have here is called export. And this is very similar to the process that recover takes, as it does mount a point-in-time copy of the EC2 instance. However, when we export something, the original source is not affected in any way. So we go ahead and we create a new EC2 instance and we leave that production instance alone, basically. So let's go through the process of actually performing an export. So I'll click export here. And as you can see, we simply need to supply an instance name, as well as some information around where it should be created. So we need to specify things like the instance size. So we can, if desired, we can actually export instances from one account to another account or one region to another. We also simply have to point it towards a KMS key here if we wish to encrypt this new instance, as well as a key pair so we have access to log in. And then we basically need to specify sort of the networking around it, right? What VPC is it going into, what subnet, and what security group. we would like this instance to be attached to. So I'll just click export, and at this point we're done. So what's happening now is Rubrik is making all those appropriate API calls into AWS to, one, create new EBS volumes from those point in time snapshots that we've selected. Two, then it's going to actually deploy a new EC2 instance and attach these newly created volumes to it and simply power it on. And all this is happening without affecting our production instance. So this is a great process for things like test dev, or if your security team would like a copy of a certain instance to run penetration tests or different things like that, or just for simple recovery if you don't want to affect the production resources. So let's jump back into the AWS console and see what's happening. So I'll dive into the EC2 service here, and let's just do a search for our mic test instance, and there it is, a point-in-time restoration of our production instance, powered on and ready to go. So that's all I have to show here today. Hopefully you can see how we can help protect our customers no matter where they are in their cloud journey. If you're just getting started leveraging cloud, Cloud Out's a great way to sort of get familiar with cloud and start utilizing it. Or if you're running actual cloud native instances, Rubrik's got your back. So at this point, I think we're here to take any questions that you may have.
Very good. Thanks, Mike, for that awesome demo. Kim, you have time for just a couple of questions?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Great. So the first question here, Richard is asking about the difference implementing Rubrik solutions across different clouds. So I think the question is, how similar is the experience to, say, use Azure as your cloud piece or AWS, just as an example?
Yeah, I'll let Mike actually take this one. In terms of the differences between the public clouds and implementing those. What would you say for that one, Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I would say that's one of the features of Rubrik, is that we kind of take all of those clouds and sort of boil them down into one sort of unified interface. So the same way that you protect AWS EC2 instances, you use that same sort of SLA domain policy to protect Azure, right? And it's all provided within the Polaris SaaS platform. Same with GCP as well. So you don't have to learn, I guess, new API calls or scripts to run against all the other clouds. Rubrik sort of orchestrates all of that for you. So whether you're protecting an EC2 instance or an Azure instance, it's essentially the same process. Obviously, some of the terminology is going to change, like depending on whether you're, going into a virtual network or a subnet or things like that. So, but the actual protection solution is exactly the same as with recovery as well.
Cool. This is I don't know, half question, half comment, but I wonder if you guys would like to comment on this further. I believe you say the name Karen. Karen says that prevention is better than cure in a lot of cases, and I think that's an interesting thought. As far as prevention goes in the platform, what are some of the standout features that sort of get out ahead of problems? Obviously, there's lots to help you recover when you've had a problem, but I know that there are definitely some things you could mention as far as heading off at problems at the pass. Could either of you comment on some of those things?
Yeah, sure. No, absolutely. I think a lot of it comes down to, and I mentioned this a little bit, but, a zero trust architecture. So Rubrik is zero trust data management. So it's an architecture that's modeled after the zero trust implementation model from NIST. So at the core of zero trust is actually a set of technologies called Rubrik Data Guardian. So that supports this purpose-built file system that never exposes backup data via open network protocols. It creates a logical air gap that blocks data from being discoverable or accessible over the network. And I talked about this a little bit, but once data is written to the Rubrik system, and this is absolutely critical for that prevention, right? Knowing that you have an immutable architecture. So the data backups are immutable. Threat actors are going after not just your not just your data, but your backup data now. That's the next target. So that backup data can't be modified. It can't be deleted. It can't be encrypted by an attack. So, that's ensuring that a clean copy of data is always available for recovery. So yeah, we'd love to talk to you more about that. Check out our recent blog on Zero Trust as well.
Great. All right, I'm going to ask one or two more, but while I do that, folks, I'm also going to throw up a poll question. If you would be so kind as to share your feedback there, that would be great. Mike, you mentioned in your demo Terraform, and Randall is asking, I'm not familiar with Terraform, can you tell me about it, which is maybe a little outside of scope here, but I wonder if, by way of sort of tackling that, you could talk about more about what you said about, actually, Kim, you said this at the beginning, everything is just as easily accomplished via the API as the GUI, and that's an incredibly powerful point. Do you want to maybe tackle real quick what you said about Terraform, Mike? What is that, and how does that tie into what Kim had said about APIs?
Yeah, sure thing. So Terraform is a really powerful sort of infrastructure as code tool. So what it does is it kind of allows you to define your infrastructure. Say, rather than say I need a VM, I need these disks, and then you go and you add a networking card to that and different things like that. Terraform, you define everything ahead of time. You say, this is what I want my environment to look like. And then Terraform abstracts away all of the APIs depending on where you're deploying that environment and creates it for you. And more importantly, as you run Terraform over and over and over, you run a Terraform plan, it will tell you, whether or not there's configuration drift or whether things have changed. So we use Terraform a lot with Rubrik to not only configure Rubrik, right? We have a Terraform plugin for Rubrik. So if you wanted to deploy things like set up an archive solution within Rubrik, you can do that. But to actually deploy all those cloud resources as well. And the advantage of doing that is you get to use basically all of our best practices, right? So we already have the policies you need defined. You just simply run the command, which is Terraform plan and then Terraform apply. And it just goes ahead and makes sure that that's what your environment looks like. So if someone goes in and, maybe they're troubleshooting something and they give someone full access to something, Terraform will rewind that for you and basically take it away. And it's not just Terraform, the whole API first approach of what Rubrik has, that's what powers all of this stuff. Because I've seen a lot of questions come up around, how do I whitelist the IPs after I do a cloud on or after I do a restore and things like that. We don't give you that option to do that within our product, but since we are an API first product, we have a lot of SDKs. So basically everything that's done within the UI can be accomplished by an API. So if you want to restore an EC2 instance and then whitelist that IP, you could script that whole thing pretty easily with Rubrik. So script Rubrik to do the actual restore, utilize the AWS APIs to grab the new IP, and then hopefully wherever you're whitelisting that solution as well has an API first approach where you can basically automate the whole process. So
cool. Thanks, Mike. I think that's all we've got time for as far as live Q&A. Mike, Kim, please feel free to hang out and keep answering questions in the chat if you would like. But thank you both so much, and thank you to Rubrik for being on the Megacast today.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for all the questions.
Thank you.
It was great.
I'm going to go ahead and close the poll question here, and quickly before we move on to our next presenter, it's already time to give away some prizes. So I've got two to give away. First of all, a gift card. We're giving away a $500 Amazon gift card right now to Tim Bonzo from Illinois. Tim Bonzo from Illinois, you're the winner of a $500 Amazon gift card. And the first grand prize, the M1 iMac, goes to Ryan Klein from California. Ryan Klein from California. To both of you, we'll be reaching out after the event to get those prizes delivered, and thank you for being on. Let's go ahead and move on to our next presenter, James Mandelbaum from Gigamon. So I'm excited to hear from James. James, thank you for being here. Go ahead and take it away.
Thank you for the intro. Let's go ahead and talk about our agenda. We're going to cover cloud strategies, migration and deployment, and what we're really going to dive into is the cloud visibility, monitoring, and security portion of the cloud. When we talk about the cloud, I think one of the things that we need to kind of really address is really, should we be migrating to the cloud? If you look at what's been going on out there, a lot of people have been starting to say, well, I need to get ROI, I need to follow the trend of the cloud. But the motivation alone can't be as simply as I need to move to the cloud. And that's what we've seen a lot of. People think that moving to the cloud gives you better controls, better visibility. It can, but only if it makes sense. So the next question is then how do I choose the cloud provider, assuming I want to do this? When we look at this, the first thing I need to understand is what is this going to cost me? What are the skill sets required? And how do I get those skill sets with training? So if you look at what the motivator is for technologists today, it's really less about money and it's about being excited about what they do. So one of the things that you need to look at is can I do this with my existing staff? And if I can, what can I do to train them? And number one is entice them, but number two is retain them. And this really becomes important when you talk to your cloud provider. Make sure that you understand what they offer, what the capabilities are. And then if you don't have the services in-house, what can you do from your cloud provider from a resources on their end? And the next question is do you need an on-prem data center? In almost every case, sadly, it still is yes. When we look at our legacy applications, how many of those apps can get to the cloud and have it make sense? But also, what's our existing investment? If I have equipment that I've purchased and I now have to depreciate that over time, where am I in that depreciation cycle? That has a lot to do with how fast I move to the cloud or how slow I can go and be more methodical about it. These are things that need to be taken into consideration. So when I start looking at cloud integrations, if I start looking at moving to the cloud, I already talked about what the vendor can do to assist you. But the other side of this is not just the cloud vendor, but your applications vendors. So I know a lot of us have apps we've written ourselves, but we also have apps that we've been provided by third party. Do they have cloud native versions? And that makes a big difference. Because if I have to rebuild my apps versus getting them already pre-built, then I need to start looking at how can I modularize them? Can I take certain functions of them and make them into smaller chunks so that I can kind of slowly move without having to do that complete lift and shift? One of the things that you really need to look at is a lot of companies say, well, we're just going to lift and shift and move our applications to the cloud. The problem with that is it's costly to do that because of the resources. We're not installing it on iron that we own anymore. We're installing it on resources that we pay for memory, storage, and compute cycles. And we always over provision when we do lift and shift. So the cost isn't there. I read a recent article where they surveyed a bunch of CISOs and they came back and said, yeah, the CISOs, we adopted that lift and shift and we moved it. But then we started looking at the return on investment and we said, whoa, this isn't making sense. And we pulled it back down. So I heard that called as the bipolar effect. I need to do it, but this doesn't make sense. So as you start looking at this, what makes sense for you? And it's not necessarily so cut and dry. And then automation. As we start looking at this, how can I automate this scale? Can I do it on demand? Meaning, can I use those modularized components that I talked about? So if I start stripping apart different web functions, different backend database functions, different processes, can I scale them up and scale them down on demand? Meaning when there's demand for high usage of a process, they can grow automatically. And then as they become idle, they scale back down because that's the only way the cloud makes sense. To have compute just running all the time, it's costly and there's no reason to run it that way. The other problem is network changes. We know that in the cloud, we don't own the infrastructure, so they're dynamic. Things move from one location to another, from one resource to another. We need to make sure that our applications are resilient and that they can handle that. And so that's more of that modularized approach as we move to the cloud. So my hope here is just really to kind of get you start thinking about some of the things that you probably know, but just reinforcing the things you need to start questioning as we go in that cloud strategy or that migration, that what our strategy is and how we start thinking about it. And then the other thing that I wanted to also talk about is leveraging automation tools. All of these cloud vendors, whether we're talking AWS, Azure, or Google, they all have some form of integration with automation, Ansible and Terraform. And the important part is leveraging the tools that exist in the vendor, but also something that not only lives on the vendor in the cloud, but you can also leverage for your on-prem. This is about training the resources and letting the resources that you have be able to do more with less. And so that's where it comes around. And then the other thing is around policies. We need to make sure that we're enforcing policies around minimum requirements. And I talked about that modularized idea. And what I need to establish is what's the minimum I need to have my application running, and then start from there. If I have a minimum, I now know what my baseline is, and then I can set maximums, and I can start looking at what can it be. And then the important thing with that automation is if you don't need it, shut it down. Don't pay for resources. The whole point of the cloud is just-in-time services. If you need it, it spins up, it's available. If you don't, it goes away. The other thing that's common that you see is that people forget about the budgeting tools. All of the vendors have tools that allow you to create budgets. So as I said, that minimum, okay, I know what my established minimum is I need just for my applications to run. That's my baseline for my budget. I will now set upper thresholds and say this is my maximum, and I'll go into the budgeting system and I'll set that up. And what the budgeting systems do, and all the major vendors have it, is they'll track your consumption, and they'll base it on projection based on current usage and trending, and tell you what your numbers are going to be, which is critical because one of the big things around the cloud is ROI. It's less about giving people access to things because we know we can do that on-prem, but ROI is about scalability, automation, and again, multiple jurisdictions, multiple regions, all of that comes into play, but ROI is always the big one. So make sure that you set up the budget, understand it. The vendor will help you do this. If you don't know how, ask your vendor, will you help me set up the budgeting tool? They'll be glad to help you do this because it's in their best interest too. They want you to have a positive experience. And then they'll show you how you can leverage this to make your resources better. The next piece, which we're going to dive a little deeper into, is my favorite part, and that is the visibility, monitoring, and security. It's really important that you understand when you move to the cloud about the shared responsibility model. They don't care about your data. That's not their job. Their job is to provide you infrastructure that's up 24/7 around the world. That's their job. And they do a very good job at it. They have very high reliability. But once you put the data up there, as soon as you start looking at the workload elements, as soon as you start looking at responsibilities above the data plane, as soon as you start spinning up compute and databases, that's where they say, that's not us anymore. So making sure you encrypt your data at rest, making sure that you're backing things up, making sure that you're following all the proper procedures and protocols, that is all on you. And the bad guys know that. The other part about this is compliance. We all worry about compliance. We all have those 3-letter, 4-letter, 5-letter acronyms we deal with: PCI, HIPAA, GDPR, CCPA, SOX, you name it, alphabet soup, we all have it. But understand that when I moved from on-prem to the cloud, that didn't go away. It just got harder. Because unless I can architect for visibility, unless I can architect to ensure compliance and that I'm meeting it, especially when we go around zero trust, and we start looking at least right privileges and privilege access. How do I ensure that? It's not as easy as physical taps or physical aggregation. It's all virtual, which means we need to still worry about the compliance and we need to plan for it. Don't come back to it after the fact, because you'll find that you've already left the what do they say, the boat's already left the harbor. We need to kind of get it while it's still there so we can batten things down. And then visibility, as I said, has to be part of the design going forward. The bad guys count on the fact that you're going to do it after the fact. If you read all of the recent breaches around unsecured S3 buckets or compromised accounts in the cloud because they don't know about access from users, they don't know who has access to what, you need to start thinking about that going in. Before you deploy your first bit of data, you need to understand, how do I know who's accessing it? How do I know what resources are accessing it? And how do I know how it's being used? That has to be part of the conversation because, again, bad guys are counting on you doing it afterwards. And I know I'm not trying to be fear-mongering. I'm just trying to state some facts that say, I think that most of us understand that when we go to the cloud, it's really about how do I architect high availability? How do I make sure that my apps are going to run? How do I ensure that I'm in compliance? I hope that you're having that conversation, but it's not as much around how do I ensure who has access to what are they doing with it, and who's moving what data where. And that's what I really want to try to get across is this is important because your vendor, Amazon, Azure, Google, they don't care. So the other thing is that we want to leverage mirroring of the data. So one of the things we always say is the ultimate source of truth is the data in motion. So how do I do that? Well, one way is, of course, I can leverage mirroring, which is basically copies of all the traffic and sending it to my tool. So I want to leverage that when I can. If I can't, then I have to fall back on agents. Agents suck. We all know that. But if I can do better and have a single agent, that's not really an agent, and I'll talk about that, but all of the tools get the data from one copy of the traffic coming out, we can then minimally impact our compute and still provide that security. And that's where Gigamon comes in with our virtualized services and our virtual taps. And then, of course, I'm going to tell you point blank, you really do need to start thinking about packet brokers as a way to ingest the traffic. So if we kind of look at this from an architectural view, and I want to keep this high level, but I don't want to, go too far out of it. But, if we look on the left and we look at a typical environment, this is really basic. We've got a top web tier, and then we've got apps, and we've got data, and we have all these tools that's trying to receive it. Imagine all the agents and all the management I got to do to send all that data to the tools and configure it. That's a nightmare. From a management perspective, I don't want to do that, just simply because there's just too many things that can go wrong. If we look at the way Gigamon does it, we take a single feed out of the entire VPC. We bring it into a visibility VPC, which now what we've done is created a segmented off environment where we take copies of the traffic from production, move it into a visibility VPC that has less rights, so you're not giving people access to your production data, and then we connect the tools up there. That's a really streamlined way of doing it. It also ensures 100% visibility, and this is really easy to architect into your solution, and we'd be glad to show you how it's done. I can even show you in real time if anybody wants to see it. We can absolutely dive in and do it in real time. Now, one of the things that we talked about first was traffic mirroring, and that means no agents. So if we look at the VPC on the application A, you can see that we've got this traffic mirroring happening, and it's sending it off to the visibility tier. And then from there, we can send it off anywhere we need from the tools. And the other side is this is where we have the Gigamon. I'm going to call it an agent. It's a virtual tap. But unlike a typical agent, so if I was using any kind of, I don't know, I'm just going to call it performance monitoring tool, and I need to install that agent, that means I have to install that agent on every single machine. And oh, by the way, I've got some kind of IPS, so now I need to install agents there. That's multiple agents. What we do is we install our agent, which is really not an agent. It's actually, think of it as adding like a second network card, and we just make copies of the traffic. So we're sitting there at the kernel level, OS level versus the compute CPU level, which means less chance of us interfering with the applications, less chance of us creating any overhead and charging you more. Because remember, every time you install an agent, it costs you money because it's compute cycles that you're using. With us, we're doing less of that. And the cool thing about it is depending upon your architecture, you can mix and match. You can have some VPCs that are doing traffic mirroring, some that are using the Gigamon agent, and then you can send those off to even build out like you can in a physical environment where you can build aggregation points for the traffic. We do the same thing. So the idea is to send the right traffic to the right tool. And then just like we have in our physical environments where we can do things like data deduplication and slicing and masking for compliance, we can do the same thing in our virtual environment. So it really does make a big difference. The other thing that's important, I talked about this, which is resources that we have available to us. If I can make this simple and make it so that anybody can do this, I make it so that you become self-sufficient and not dependent upon a third party, I have made you more resilient and better. And so what Gigamon does is provide a really simplified user experience for this. So this is just drag and drop. So I can drag and say, I want these data sources and I want to use this service. So for example, I want to grab all the traffic and I want to dedupe it and I want to send it. In this case, it's a riverbed. Or I'm going to grab all the traffic and then I'm going to filter out only web traffic and send it through a web threat detection tool. Or I'm going to do ICMP traffic and send it to Wireshark. We can really make it simple and easy, drag and drop and apply filters for you so that anybody can come along and build this out and dynamically change it on the fly in real time without impacting network performance or networks in your cloud infrastructure. And the cool thing about this is this design doesn't matter whether you're talking AWS, Azure, Google, VMware, Nutanix. It doesn't really matter. We use the same services for all of the environments. So we're really trying to solve that training issue with your staff, get you better return on investment. The other thing that I'm going to go back to that original slide deck was we talked about that packet broker ingesting the traffic. Where do your tools live and how do you get data to these tools? So if we go back and we look at the design where we've got tools that live in the cloud, do they really live in the cloud or do they come back and they live on-prem? Because in the real world, we're not all really 100% cloud. If you look at the CISOs that were interviewed, they say that 88% really want a cloud-first initiative, but 86% of them still have spend on-prem. This is the reality of the world today. So as I'm looking at this, I need to understand where my tools live. And it's also important to understand costs. When I'm dealing with the cloud vendors say, give me your data, send it to me. It's free. Give me all your data. Oh, by the way, you want the data out? Now we're going to charge you. So it's important to understand where you implement your tools, how you get the data to the tools, leveraging the packet broker and the filtering to minimize the amount of data going that's still high fidelity, low volume. We can get better at getting those services into the tools in the right place. So that hybrid cloud becomes important. And so what you're going to hear about is this concept around Hawk, and that's our Cloud Visibility Analytics Fabric. So the idea here is from any source to any destination and run anywhere. So it doesn't matter whether we're talking public cloud or private cloud. It doesn't matter we're talking the tools live in the clouds or the virtual environments or live on-prem. We don't care. The same fabric runs anywhere in your environment. So if you look on the left, we've talked about all the different cloud providers, public and private. We look on the right, all the different types of tools that you could need. It kind of aligns with what I just talked about. And then down on the bottom, we need to really start thinking about, those legacy systems I talked about. How do we maintain compatibility there? How do we maintain that operational technology for you? How do we ensure compliance? What about containers and microservices? All of this and mobility, all of this within a single fabric. And that's what Hawk is all about. And that's where Gigamon comes in. And so, whether we're talking about access information, whether we're talking about aggregation of traffic, transformation of the data, again, we can take the traffic and we can slice it, we can mask it, we can dedupe it. We're, look for things like TLS decryption. And then of course we can provide you detailed analytics around your traffic. And that's all in there as well in conjunction with your tool vendors. We can just make your tools better. And about ROI is always part of the conversation. It has to be is if I'm spending money for a tool, how do I reduce the amount of traffic to that tool without reducing the fidelity of the data? So when you look at what we do, we're about making your tool better. We're about providing better return on your investment, especially when we have existing tools, is we can prolong the life of the tool by reducing the amount of noise that it sees and giving it better fidelity data. So ROI is critical in this space. And I like this quote from Scott Ward over at AWS, and I'll read it. It's having a visibility strategy is going to be key to customers having a successful hybrid implementation. And this is AWS talking about hybrid. You would think they would only talk about cloud, but they're real. They know that hybrid is going to be here for a while, 3 to 5 years at least, because number one, it's not just lift and shift. It doesn't work. And number two, we have CapEx that we need to depreciate. We have resources. We have limited staff knowledge base. And so with that, I'm done. Let's take a look at some of the questions here. So one of the questions I mentioned, talking about a single solution. And how does that work? the way that we do this is everything for us is based on volume. So if we have a hybrid environment, let's say I've got a VMware on-prem and I've got Azure in the cloud. It's a single license. You don't have to buy different licenses for different operating systems, different cloud environments. It's a single license under the Hawk umbrella. We have our V-Series, and it's a single license that you just pay based upon consumption. So if you say, I'm going to move 50 terabytes of data a day, okay, not a problem. You buy the 50 terabyte license, you install it, which is just nothing but an activation key, and then you go out and you install the virtual environments into the virtual packet brokers as you see fit, and it's just an aggregate of all the environments. And then you can consume as you need. If you say, oh, I need more data, you can add and stack the additional licensing, and you can go from there. Another question is around compliance in the cloud. How do you ensure compliance? So I think that depends upon which compliance we're talking about. But the first thing that matters is I can't know if I'm compliant if I can't see the data. So if I'm looking at PCI data, for example, or HIPAA data, it's critical to know who accessed the data when they accessed it. So if I'm seeing the traffic, I can then report back on everything that's done with that traffic. So it's important that I have the tools in place. I have the ability to feed the traffic to the tools. And really, it's about filtering the traffic so that I can see it in the right tool. And so one of the things that I'm going to actually answer a couple questions in one. One of the things that packet brokers are really good at, and I'm going to kind of go back to a slide right here that kind of mentions this, that aggregation and the transformation piece, is if I see a traffic once, I can use it many times. Meaning if I see traffic going from one host to another host, and it's a certain kind of traffic, I'm not stuck saying, oh, I'm only going to send this over to my application performance monitoring. But what if it's web traffic too? What if I also need to send that to my WAF? Or what if I'm looking at sending this off to my long-term forensics? So one of the things we can do is take that traffic and send it to multiple tools. But going back to the compliance thing, well, if I'm going to send it to performance monitoring, okay, does it really need to see the payload? Maybe, maybe not. If I'm going over to long-term forensics, well, what if it is data from a healthcare environment or a financial environment? Maybe for long-term forensics, I need to obfuscate that traffic. So maybe I want to mask the traffic, or I just want to remove it completely, and I want to slice out the traffic. So all of this is capable. And the cool thing about it is, again, see it once, use it many. So with that being said, I think we are out of time, and I want to thank everybody for joining today.
Thank you, Jim. That was fantastic. I have always been fascinated by taps and packet brokers and that kind of stuff, so that was a fun one for me. I'm going to throw up another poll question right now and also give away some gift cards. So as always, would love your responses to this poll question. ActualTech Media will share this information with Gigamon and help get you what you need to learn more about what you just heard. We want to make sure that that was useful to you, but also that it's not a dead end, that you can continue the conversation if you want to. So let us know what would be useful to you there. And while you're answering that, I've got another gift card to give away. Gift card goes to Dave Bursky from California. Dave Bursky from California, congratulations. We'll be reaching out to deliver that to you shortly after the event. I'm going to give just another minute here on the poll question, make sure everybody gets what they need, and then we will move on to our next presenter. While we're waiting, just another reminder, I am chatting with some of you on Twitter using the ATM Megacast hashtag, ATM Megacast, or you can mention me directly at JD as in David Green, like the color, at JD Green. Would love to chat with you as we're going and continue this discussion on the side. Thank you to everybody who answered. Let's go ahead and move on. I'd like to introduce you to our next presenter, Karina Varela, Principal Technical Marketing Manager at Red Hat. Karina, welcome to the Megacast. Thank you so much for joining us. It's good to have you here. Go ahead and take it away. Let's talk more about wrangling the cloud.
It's great to be here today with you. Let's talk a little bit about how you can architect your applications considering cloud environments and also how to deliver the core of your organization, the business logic. I am Karina Varela and I work along with the Application Services Business Unit in Red Hat. I've worked with several projects, mostly enterprise, for more than 10 years already, and I love working along with the communities. So let's take a look at the past, more specifically at the last 11 years, to see how quick things are changing. As you see, we have key highlights over the past 10 years that are still valid today and that are influencing the way we deliver application. For example, the way we guide our projects, the best practices for implementing our code, how the companies realize what works and doesn't work instead of just following hypes, and also the recognition about how cloud native applications are getting more and more important. As we see, in 2015, the decision modeling notation, DMN, was recognized by OMG. So we see an evolution on the way we deliver projects, on the way we deploy our software, and also on the way we implement our business logic. In 2015, we had the first Kubernetes release, followed by the microprofile specification right on the next year. Microprofile specification is a specification for Java applications that allows it to be way lighter. And based on the microprofile, we have Quarkus, a project that is used to deliver Java-based application and that is changing the way developers see Java and the way they work, their productivity, and also the way we deliver, and we'll see why. With all these changes in the ecosystem, look how many different ways we have to deliver our applications today. You can delegate more or less depending on your needs, depending on your team skills or on your resources. You could, for example, delegate just the infrastructure, or you could delegate everything, including the code of your application. On the other side, we also have an increasing number of managed application services. And what is this? Is when someone is managing a service for developers. For example, do I really need to know how to deploy a Kafka broker, how to create a topic? Maybe I don't need to maintain that. I don't want to have all the work to know how are the best practices for deployment, how are the best practices for example, balancing the nodes or things like that. I want to use the service as a developer, but I don't need to spend my time working on that. So with all this background, we are moving towards an era where we have to create cloud native applications in order to deploy our application in environments like that. This is a concept brought by the Cloud Native Foundation, which says that cloud native technologies are able to, will empower organizations to build, run scalable applications in environments like public, private, and hybrid clouds. And why hybrid? Because we have all this mix of environment of setups that we can put together in order to deliver a solution. On the other hand, we can see the trends brought by Gartner, which says that we are also moving towards a location independence through the usage of distributed clouds, and also being able to deliver resiliently by using intelligent composable business. And in this topic, we can deep dive and talk for hours about it, but I can already bring some things to highlight to you today. Every software in the organization is here to automate a problem, to make something more efficient. And we have business processes, business rules. Sometimes we have to optimize the way we distribute our resources. And the topic we are going to bring today is how we implement our decision rules. But I can already tell you that all of these types of problems are also evolving accordingly to all this environment change that I showed you. In order to work in a way to adopt the best practices for code, best practices for architecture, and also practices like domain-driven design, we can use some modeling notations to make the way we model our business more clear and more easily maintainable. Using in the background smaller and lightweight services to deliver this solution. So a BPMN is a little bit more famous because it's been around for more time. It is a specification to deliver business processes. Serverless workflow is a specification also being tracked by the Cloud Native Foundation to deliver workflows. PMML for AIML, and can be integrated with these specs, okay? So about decision modeling notation, let's take a quick look. Here I have a project. I am looking at VS Code, and I have no Java classes here. I have only an application properties of my application and also a file with the extension DMN. This is how we see the decision implementation. So what am I deciding here? I have to decide if I should suspend the driver. This is a traffic violation decision logic. So should I suspend the driver? This is a decision node. What is the fine that should be applied to this driver? This is another decision node. Well, but where is the logic? We can take a look in this decision node, and you'll see in each row an implementation of a business rule. So business people can easily change this. They can understand what is the logic implemented by the developer team. So here, for example, if we have a violation type, speed, that is over 30, and here you can see that we are already implementing some logic also on the field. I will apply a fine of 1,000, and I will give 7 points. And these points, the result of this decision will be used by the final decision. See? So I have here if I should or should not suspend the driver. Karina, but what are the inputs of this node? The inputs are the driver and the violation. And the data types are also here. Okay? So this is all we need to actually have a working application. Karina, but really? Like, yes. So why do I only need this? When you get together the power of runtimes like Quarkus and extensions like Cogito, you can have a subatomic, supersonic runtime along with the capabilities to generate all the code you need to deliver your business logic in a domain-driven way. And also, you can integrate this and compose in different architectures. So you can either invoke it via REST or integrate it with via events. Let's talk a little bit more about this in a second. First, we should understand that the architectural options are becoming more known by the ecosystem. So it is not about only delivering microservices, but knowing when to deliver what. And if you want to have a more quick way to develop your business rules, maybe you should decompose it and deploy it independently so that it can scale up or down according to the needs. Let's say you are going to be in a Black Friday and you need to change the discounts only for that period. And you will have an increasing number of requests in this business logic only in that period. Do you really need to pay for the service to be on like forever? Should you take 3 weeks to deploy your application? So that's why we have these options in the market that are pretty well known as of today. And deliver in this service that I'm showing you can be delivered as a microservice. But when we start delivering microservices, you'll see that we have many services and we start having a more complicated way to integrate these services. So for example, should I do like endpoint to endpoint communication? What if I change an URL, right? So I will impact the whole ecosystem. How will this work? We have the option to use orchestration or event-driven architectures, where when we have event-driven architectures, the service will listen to events in the ecosystem or emit, publish events to the ecosystem through the event router. Whenever, for example, a website publishes an event, the services that need to react to that event will know that, hey, I have a new event. I should react to it and do my business logic independently. So can I do this with decision logic applications? Yes, for sure. But I don't need to worry about all the delivery of the Kafka environment. I can use, for example, a managed service like streams for Apache Kafka and OpenShift that is delivered by Red Hat. You can try it out. It's for free. You don't need to put your credit card in there. Just order an environment and you will have a beta environment to test. So if you go, for example, to red.ht, try Kafka, you can already order your cluster. All you need is an account in Red Hat Developers. Since I already have mine, I can simply log in and I can see my instances. Cool. As we see, I have an instance here, and I also have access to other instances according to my organization. I have the details to connect to it, everything I need to input to put as a configuration to my application in order for it to connect to this managed Kafka running on Amazon from whichever place it is deployed. I also have permission configurations so that I don't need to expose my Kafka server without any restrictions. With this being said, let's see how we can consume this Kafka. By using event-driven decisioning with Cogito, we have the flexibility of implementing our business logic based on standards. So you are free of vendor lock-in. And you can also take advantage of the top, like the best breed of technologies that are out there in the market today to deliver cloud-native applications. You can deploy on environments like OpenShift and Kubernetes. You can make usage of the operator framework to deploy your applications more quickly. Monitor and track your applications using Prometheus and Grafana. And also deploy them with Quarkus or Spring Boot. And also in a serverless manner. But let's hold that thought. First, let me explain you a little bit about how this works, because we are pretty used to think that business automation solutions are centralizer, a big thing in the middle of the architecture, and that everything is dependent on it. So this is not the case. When you are deploying cloud native application, like I told you, it should be independent. So here we will have an independent service running that automatically creates your domain API based on the executable model, which is the DMN file, running on top of Quarkus, and we'll see it running on JVM and native mode, okay? Here I have an OpenShift environment with two applications. One is up and running and the other doesn't have any pods. This one is exactly this application that I've just showed you, and it is listening to events in this topic, and it will publish the results to this other topic in the broker that is running in managed Kafka. So I didn't even need to worry about it, about the creation of the Kafka broker. I just create my decision logic, configured my topics where I will listen to the event and publish my event and deploy it. That's it. Once I have it deployed on OpenShift, and there are different ways to deploy it, this one was deployed using source to image, where I just point my repository and using the operator, the Cogito operator, I could already have my application properly deployed. So this application is listening to the topic. And here on this terminal, I will use a Kafka client, command line client, to produce events to the daemon event-driven request topic. And I will use another CLI client to listen to the events that will happen on this daemon event-driven responses topics. Okay, so now this customer is listening, and I will publish a request to know if any decision was made. Okay, so what am I sending here? I am using the cloud event specification, and I'm saying that this is the data that I want to validate. Okay, and this is the daemon. The daemon I will request the validation to. So I will send a driver, and it has he has a validation speed, and this is the actual speed and the speed limit, okay? And he has 13 points. So if I send over the event to Kafka, to the Kafka topic, my application is listening to it, and it already took the decision and published asynchronously in an event-driven way the answer to the other topic. Any other service could just grab it and make that any other processing that is required. So in this case, the driver was not suspended. But what if we send over a violation for a driver with 19 points? What's going to happen? Because he will reach the top, the logic that says that over 20 points, the drivers should be suspended, we can see that the decision was made that this driver should be suspended. Nice. This application is running in JVM, in a JVM-based way. So it is deployed with Quarkus, and it stays up. What if I have a service that is seasonal? It doesn't get too much requests. We can deploy it in a serverless way. So our application deployed with Knative is actually taking advantage of the scale down to zero capabilities that allows you to reduce your costs, because it will only deploy pods, the containers, once it's needed. So in this example, we will simulate the scenario where we will have a REST invocation to the service instead of an event-driven interaction. This is the same application deployed with the native compilation using GraalVM, with Quarkus runtime, and Cogito for the business automation capabilities. So here, I am tracking the pods of our namespace. And here I have the Postman client, where we will see that we will do a request to our service, and we'll check if this driver should be suspended, okay? So once I click the send, notice what happens with the pods here. We have the container creation, so it's already scaling up when we already got the response back saying that, yes, this driver should be suspended. If this person had, for example, 5 points, this person wouldn't be suspended. If by default, it will stay up, I think, for 2 minutes. And as I speak right now, it is already tracking. So we can see the age of the pods. And as it stops being used, Knative will identify this and will scale down the number of pods. So as you see, Knative actually identified the time that it passed by and the service was not used, and it is terminating the services. It will scale down to 0, and if needed, it will scale up again. So using the power of cloud native applications, serverless deployments with Knative, we can create an ecosystem that has the power to deliver lightweight applications with a fast-based strategy for the development and the deployment of these applications. So in this demo, we've seen the power of the event-driven decision logic using Cogito, supersonic subatomic Quarkus, with the native compilation by Quarkus and GraalVM, combined with the serverless execution provided by Knative, and consuming the managed Kafka. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope we can stay connected. Bye-bye. Have a great day.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Karina. And if you've got a couple minutes, let's take a few questions. While we do that, I'm going to throw up the same poll question here again. If there's something that Red Hat can provide that you would like to explore further, please let us know, and we'll make sure that happens. Karina, can I ask a question or two?
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Awesome. So, you know, I've been looking through the questions here, and it seems like a number of folks are appreciating the technical nuts and bolts that you've showed us, but could use a little bit of help articulating to their business leaders why this is going to be so transformational to them. Can you say anything about, you know, the business value that organizations are realizing by using OpenShift?
Yes, for sure. So OpenShift is actually the platform that I used in the demonstration, and IDC conducted a study that was published still this year with 14 organizations, and they found out that there were multiple reasons for their decisioning. Some of these decisions were because of the overall functionality and quality in form of a container-based platform. They also strongly weighted the capability it provides for application development and innovation in hybrid clouds. Another thing that I think is critical is that the organization sees significant value from using OpenShift, such as 636 per five-year ROI and 29% faster application development lifecycle. So when you are developing faster and delivering faster, well, innovation will also come quicker for you.
I think this person is asking whether serverless, which you were kind of talking about at the end there, whether you would call that function as a service or platform as a service. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the answer there is that serverless and function as a service are kind of one and the same.
Yes, you are correct, indeed. So when we are looking at the scale of all the possibilities we have on the cloud space, using function as a service is one of the things that you can use, for example, on top of platform as a service. So the platform will be there for you to deploy applications as you want, including as a service. So yes, you are right.
Great. Okay. One more question here. This person is asking about zero trust. I'm assuming referring to security. Is there any interplay between the application architecture you were describing, that's microservices based, and a shift in the way we think about security?
Yes, totally. When moving to a cloud, the way we handle the security of our application is critical, and there are several ways we can deal with it depending on the architecture. So he asks if Red Hat could help on that sense, and I would say yes, because the main technologies that I'm showing here are to make it faster for developing and delivering, but there are also many other products on the stack that will help you either on the platform level, on the security on the platform level, on the application level, and also in between the communication of these applications, or securing your APIs when you are exposing them to the outer world. So yes, definitely there are different ways to look at the security when you are going through cloud, and also different levels of security you might want to implement in each of those layers. So yeah, please reach out if you want to talk more about it.
Very good. Well, Karina, thank you so much to you and to Red Hat for being on the Megacast today. It was a pleasure to have you.
Oh, it was great to be here with you and everybody else. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
All right, it's that time again. We're going to give away a couple of prizes, a gift card and another iMac. So first of all, the $500 Amazon gift card, that's going to go to Daniel Neitling from Oregon. Daniel Neitling from Oregon. And then the second grand prize, the M1 iMac, is going to go to Robert Johnston from Pennsylvania. Robert Johnston from Pennsylvania. Once again, we will be reaching out to you folks after the event to get those prizes delivered. No need to reach out to us to let us know you're a winner. We will contact you very soon and get those things delivered. That is, that's not even close to half the prizes we're giving away today. So if you haven't won yet, take heart. There's lots more drawings coming. Awesome. Well, I'm excited to hear from John Owings at Pure Storage. John is the Director for Cloud Architecture at Pure Storage, and we're going to continue this Wrangling the Cloud thing. So, John, thanks so much for joining us today. Let's go.
Hi, my name is John Owings, and I am here from Pure Storage. I am the Director of Cloud Architecture, and my team focuses on Portworx, and today we're going to talk about cloud-native data services for any cloud. So thank you so much for joining this session, and hopefully you'll really enjoy it. We'll kind of go over a few things that we can do to kind of simplify your deployment of cloud-native services, right? So if the next button will work. In the Kubernetes world, in containers, right? As we see more and more applications and more workloads are being run in production, if you check all the surveys with containers and being orchestrated by Kubernetes. In this world, we've moved from this legacy infrastructure that is more machine centric, more provisioned, based on VMs or bare metal servers, and the lifecycle is built on that as well. The monitoring, the backup, everything. In a container world, we want to approach this differently because of the way that it's done, the way that it is more driven by the end user, is now that we want to be able to do our services from an infrastructure standpoint as app centric, right? So it's abstracted away from the infrastructure, and the infrastructure responds via API to what the application needs, whether that's more CPU or RAM when it deploys, or high availability, all that fun stuff. And the provisioning, the observation, the monitoring, the backup, everything is kind of centered around the application rather than the infrastructure itself. So, because at some point the infrastructure gets abstracted and you no longer need more, control of that, because the application may run anywhere. It may run in any cloud, as I was saying earlier, data services for any cloud. And traditional storage can't meet this, right? The volume scale, when you're talking about the number of containers that you want to run to get the density benefits in a cloud, is that the amount of attachments of volumes just doesn't compute. If we want to do hundreds or thousands of volumes, we need a new way to do this. In addition, in order to manage and provision that much, it has to be driven through an API. It cannot be done by a human. That's that middle column, is that it's hundreds of API calls per second on average. We have customers that do hundreds of thousands of calls an hour, right? And there's no amount of physical clicking you could do to make that work on your own. So it's all driven through software, and managing that through a traditional storage system would become very hard. And storage services, they get locked into specific vendor hardware. If I want to migrate my applications from on-prem to the cloud, how can my storage array go with it? That's something that's hard. But with data services that are made for containers, we could possibly answer that, and I'll get to that in a second. Does this storage array, fit? Does it go in the edge? Like those types of things. So we want to unlock that from from the infrastructure. And just like the application is now unlocked, the lifecycle of the application is unlocked from the infrastructure. Now the data is as well, because it's managed within a cloud native construct. It's a Kubernetes native data service. It abstracts those storage services away from the infrastructure, allowing you to use any storage that's underneath. It is built for Kubernetes scale, where you can do tens of thousands of volumes and snaps without and lots of API calls per second, and it's able to handle that. It's built for it because it's right there within that construct, built with containers in mind from the very beginning. And the other thing is that it is made to expect any app. It could be anything from a developer just playing with a small database to a full-on production analytics platform. How do we address that? Like that's a very different IO, and Portworx is made for that, right? It is made to be able to handle those different types of IOs all at the same time, and deliver what we expect when it comes to enterprise reliability. We have customers that have started container projects that get stalled when someone says, "Oh, well, what's our DR and backup plan for this?" And there's not a good answer. There's not something built into Kubernetes that does that, that allows you to do reliability across nodes, across racks, or even AZs in the cloud. And then globally, even protecting between different cloud providers in ways that is app consistent and allows you to recover anywhere. So that is kind of shows you the difference. And there's two approaches that are out there. There's a connector approach, which we've had at Pure Storage for a long time with PSO, and it provides a one-to-one container to volume mapping, right? And those container capabilities vary depending on the array. On a flash array, like, it's great. We have lots of happy customers that have been using our CSI driver. The innovation, though, and the rate of change just starts to become an issue, especially when you want to move workloads from on-prem into the cloud or between clouds, right? So a container native approach now abstracts that storage. It could be still a storage array. Hopefully Pure is one of your favorites, but any of the other vendors works as well. Local storage. So if you have HCI and that also works, or cloud-based storage, right? So we can actually integrate with your cloud provider and grab storage, and we abstract that into a common interface that is now able to provide that storage where you have thousands of containers to one volume, to a physical volume underneath. And that allows us to kind of get around some of the density limitations that are present in just compute workloads that we have today, managed as part of Kubernetes. I think that's a very important part, is right there within Kubernetes, the monitoring, all the tools that you use for Kubernetes will still apply to this platform and allow you to move between all those different clouds. So that universal orchestration now lets us, orchestrate whether it's a public cloud, local drives, flash arrays, right? Where at Pure, we have special integration just for the flash array. We treat our products just because we do have an API built into them, are just like a cloud provider. So now, though, if I have a flash array X on-prem and I'm using Azure in the cloud, I can replicate and migrate workloads between the two, up and down, depending on my needs, and move from there, and still provide all the snapshots, replication, and encryption QoS that we have built into Portworx. And I'll get into that in a second. But one main thing that you'll see, and I think is important to our customers out there, is that the team that manages Kubernetes a lot of times is different, right? They may be using different tools. They're DevOps teams. They do things through CLI, those types of things. They use a observability stack that's really more built towards an application, and the infrastructure admin who they're used to using, like in our case, like a flash array, the UI, or those types of things that now we're combining with some of our integration into Pure One, and with Portworx, we can actually bring those teams together and have them work in a way where everyone's kind of seeing the same thing, You may see it in the way that you prefer, right? If I'm a K8s admin, I may want to have Prometheus and Grafana. And while I'm an infrastructure admin, Pure One is amazing as well. So we want to be able to provide both of those. In addition to that, like many people that have been using VMs over the years, it's very natural that they want to test out and try Tanzu. That's one of the things that we are fully supporting, all the different ways you can take advantage of Tanzu within your vSphere environment. Portworx adds those things that lets you get more workloads into production with Tanzu. What that means is that now the HA, the replication, the backup is easy and managed right within Kubernetes, and you're able to provide those services that the app teams need at the same time as running it within your vSphere environment that you've grown to know and love over the last 15 years. Obviously, there are a lot of change and versions that you could look at when it comes to Kubernetes, and so we do support many of them. I would say not, even though our marketing slides will say any, we do support almost all of them. If there's a few out there that we've never seen before, but some of the big ones that are out there that most of our customers are asking about, we definitely support. So make sure you ask if you have a customer, or if you are a customer that is looking at these and says, "Hey, I have a customer using Rancher. Can you support that?" Yes, right. So there's a lot. Just ask. We've seen many of them, and that kind of leads you to this, like the real focus, right? What app do I need to run? What's my workload, and how do I approach that? And that allows us to take this common data services platform and provide these services that we've kind of grown to expect out of hardware devices, now running them across clouds, like in multiple clouds, right? And making it common, no matter which underlying infrastructure you're running, right? Any cloud, any infrastructure at any stage. So this is made to scale. Like you'll get the same experience at pilot and test dev versus when you go live and scale all the way up to a global container as a service, or a PaaS. You're building a PaaS, those types of things. This is what it's built for. This is not just made for POCs and small labs. We have customers running anywhere from 5 nodes all the way up to thousands of nodes. So make sure that you kind of test that out as you look at platforms like this that provide these services. Now, one of the things that it's all built on is PX Store. That's the virtualized software-defined storage that Portworx is built on top of. Now, that allows these services to run, right? Things like PX Migrate, where I can actually take an application, grab its data and all the configuration that I need for it to run, and set up a migration schedule that will actually move it to another place, and at that time scale down the source and scale up the destination. So I'm actually migrating and automating that entire workflow. DR is much the same, but it's actually just waiting for you to hit the button saying, something failed, or you detect it and have it be automatically fail over. But it's basically keeping a copy, whether that's asynchronous or even synchronous, right, with a 0 RPO of that application running on the other end. And PX Secure, it allows you to implement encryption and security when it comes to RBAC, so that if you are doing a shared cluster, you may have different lines of business or even different customers. So some of our customers are more like service providers. They may have different people that don't know each other on the cluster. That way they're able to secure them where customer A cannot mount the volumes for customer B, or even see what's in the mounts. Autopilot is automated capacity management. It allows you to start small and grow. And I'll get more into that in a second, but it really lets you kind of scale the storage just like with almost like auto scaling groups for compute, but for storage. And then finally, PX Backup is a application centric way to target your container applications and back them up to an object store so they can be restored anywhere, right? So if I back up on-prem and for some reason the building burns down, I can restore that from S3 to an Amazon cluster and have everything I need to run that application. So as we redefine that modern cloud native applications, bringing Portworx and Pure together has been a great experience. And it's kind of a little bit about what it actually does, how it actually works, right? Portworx installs as a container. It virtualizes that underlying storage and allows it to be a pool across these nodes. So where it says node 1, 2, and 3, that is like a worker node in Kubernetes. And my line of business, they request a database. So MySQL, it deploys a volume. Now, depending on policy, I could tell it, hey, make sure that it's, replicas equal 2. It'll always have 2 copies of the data across the nodes. Now, if something happens to node 1, Stork, which is our storage orchestrator, it will actually make sure that Kubernetes puts the new container right where the old storage, the copies of the storage was. So you don't lose any data, and you actually have a much faster failover than just vanilla Kubernetes settings. So Stork actually will help detect and fail that over faster. Kubernetes sometimes, especially in the public cloud, can take 5 to 10 minutes to figure out that the node is down and fail the applications over. So make sure you check that out. And the second part is scale, right? Being able to fit more workloads per cluster, and with less, especially in the public cloud, less compute resources deployed. I can drive that up. I can have more storage provisioned to each node rather than having lots of little nodes. So there's sometimes problems with the amount of throughput that you can get from a single cloud VM, and we want to make sure that we're able to spread that load. The traditional way is to have lots and lots of nodes. Now we're able to have more disks and aggregate that storage across there and drive better performance than just doing it standalone. And as you can see there, Autopilot actually lets you manage that capacity in a vSphere or even a cloud environment. It allows me to start provisioning less and let Autopilot monitor that with a rule, and it can actually auto grow that pool or your PVC so that they don't fill up. So I can say, this MySQL server, it has 10 gigs. When it gets to 80%, expand it another 5. And that way I can keep ahead of it, and it doesn't fail in the middle of the night and I don't get paged and have to go fix it. So the data, when the database crashes, when the drive is full. So Autopilot is great for that, but also great for letting you consume less when it comes to a public cloud, where you can actually provision what you need now and then grow as the environment grows, rather than having to guess at what you might need someday and provisioning it all up front. Of course, bring your own key encryption as part of that PX Secure. And the final thing that I want to share just is around this portion of PX Enterprise is that you can see that those migration tools, that replication is something that kind of adds that missing piece to Kubernetes, where I can take an on-prem cluster, replicate that data and the application. So it's more than just like taking volumes and copying them. A lot of people can do that. Is now we can actually take the application, the metadata about that application, copy it. We've been doing this for a long time. This is not brand new. We have many customers already using these services, so I can do that to any cloud. It's not just ones that run our hardware. We can actually run it anywhere. And EKS, GKE, AKS are the most popular, but it could be other places as well, and even off into those environments. The other piece is around backup. Like maybe I need points in time to offload. I can take snapshots of this and copy them into an object store. So the PX backup takes the Kubernetes objects, the config, and the data, packages it and puts it into an object store. And it will do an incremental for things that change, but like it can either be a central archive, like a FlashBlade that has an object interface on it, or S3 or Azure Blob. What that allows us to do is now I have a encapsulated backup. It has everything you need to restore. If my on-prem cluster that's running PX backup today disappears for some reason, someone deletes the VMs, I can now spin up a new PX backup instance in EKS in Amazon and point it at that same object store. It will discover all those backups that I have sitting there, and they're now ready to restore. Like there's no index database that needs to be copied or anything like that. The data that you need to restore, it's all there inside of the object store. Another new thing that we've added as we kind of wrap up here is the observability. So if you are on the infrastructure team, you're used to using Pure Storage or something like it, right? Being able to see that data, the container Kubernetes specific data, in a format that you're used to. Like a lot of the DevOps teams, they have their own tools to see this, but we can actually expose a lot of that for you within Pure One, which is our cloud-based management system. And it's not just me who thinks this is pretty awesome and fun. Is Portworx has been recognized this year in 2021 by GigaOM to be the leading cloud native data storage platform. And also, if you see there, it says enterprise Kubernetes storage. What does that mean? Why is it different? So Portworx is obviously a dedicated software-defined system to use storage within your cloud native environment. Now, the enterprise Kubernetes storage, at least the way, and I may hopefully not butchering it, but it really means is like it's that Portworx piece and the stuff that Pure's been doing over the years with some of our drivers and how it integrates with our hardware, right? It's already a leader when it comes to those things, when it comes to how Portworx is going to use the flash array and the flash blade, and it's only going to get better. Now you may say, hey, John, I've been on a few of your webinars before. You always do a demo. Well, today we're a lot shorter on time. If you hit the central.portworx.com, there's tutorials on there. Those are actually live little labs that you can run, like online labs. And so go ahead and you can try those out. It kind of walks you through deploying Portworx and different types of scenarios that you can do there. That's actually lots of fun. And or if you have a lab, right? PX Essentials is forever free. 5 nodes. You can run this in your home lab. You can run it in the lab at work on VMs, and it's made to be forever free. Obviously, it's a slightly it doesn't have every single defeatured, I think is the right word, feature that I was talking about earlier. But if you do want to try out all the features, right, Portworx Enterprise, the 30-day trial will allow you to do that as well. It'll just let you run for 30 days. You could actually go to that central.portworx.com and download that today, right? And the same for PX Backup. So you can try all those things in your Kubernetes environment, see how you like them. And if you you can do a pay as you go if you really feel like it, or you can talk to Pure Storage. Will definitely help you if you want to move forward with that. More information, like there's the reports from GigaOM. Hopefully those links come through for everyone, or they can just memorize them real quick. The other thing though is on-demand Pure Accelerate. So we had our conference, our show in May, and we announced all kinds of good stuff. And actually there's tons of great technical sessions about things you can do with cloud native applications, benefits of Portworx, Pure Storage and Portworx, some of the ways to combine them as well. They're all there. So those are available and recorded on-demand sessions. You can just pull those down. And with that, thank you so much for joining this session. I think we're right at about 23 minutes. If there's any questions, we'll make sure to answer them. And hopefully you have a great time and enjoy and check out Portworx. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. That was great. I have personally been to Pure Accelerate a number of times and can confirm there's great technical content. So if this is a topic that interested you and you want to dig more into that, definitely check out those on-demand sessions for Pure Accelerate. Also, as always, please let us know if there's something else here that Pure could send you that you would like to use to explore this topic further. And while I leave this up for you to answer, I'm going to give away a couple more prizes. Actually, just one more right now, it looks like. So we've got a $500 Amazon gift card. This one is going to Kathy Stabansky from California. Kathy Stabansky from California, $500 Amazon gift card coming your way. We'll be reaching out after the event is over to deliver that to you. I'm going to give just another minute here for anybody who hasn't yet to respond. If there's something that you'd like for Pure to send you as a follow-up to this presentation, and then we'll move on. Next up, I'd like to introduce you all to Joseph Carson, Chief Security Scientist at Psychotic. And he's going to speak with us about privileged access and cloud security. So without further ado, Joseph, thank you for being here. Let's talk more about Wrangling the Cloud. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joseph Carson, Chief Security Scientist and Advisory CISO here at Psychotic, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Today's session is all about privileged access and cloud security, and I'll be sharing some of my top tips and best practices to really help you get on the path to privileged access, security, success, and maturity. I hope this is educational and very valuable, so let's go ahead and get started. The first thing is, for many organizations, is that the last year has been a year of change. A lot of employees have come into the office, taken their laptops and desktops and other devices, and taken them home to be able to continue doing their jobs. Remote working has meant that data, applications, and privileges have all left the traditional perimeter and are now basically all out in the wild internet. Sensitive data, applications that have maybe access to sensitive information, privileges that allow the employee to do higher level functions, add users, change controls and configurations, all to be able to stay productive. And many organizations have simply sacrificed security for productivity to make sure they're able to continue delivering services to their employees, partners, and customers. And the risks have evolved. The risks have changed. Phishing scams are on the increase. And this means that organizations really need to change the way they do security, because the traditional methods are no longer sufficient. And in the past year, to be able to deliver some of those services, many organizations have really accelerated their digital transformation and adopted cloud computing. And cloud computing is not a magical, mystical place in the sky where servers are flying next to airplanes. Cloud computing, when we think about the reality check, when we get down to really what it is, it simply means you're using somebody else's hardware in another location. That's simply what cloud computing is. You might be renting it, you might be sharing it, it might be dedicated, it might be virtual. But it simply means that your data, your applications are being accessed in somebody else's location, on someone else's hardware. And when we think about the threats in the past year, cyber criminals are now targeting cloud assets, and they are now the top target. According to Verizon Database Investigations report from 2021, cyber criminals are now finding it much easier and successful to target your cloud assets. And for many of those cloud assets, what does it mean? They're being protected with a simple password. We've taken the same security controls being protected that was on-premise, and now we're putting it in the cloud, and we're using that same security control as a password, which is simply the difference between an attacker being successful and not being successful, is the password that you choose. And for many organizations, they're still delegating that choice and that decision to employees. The number one source of cyber fatigue today is employees remembering and changing passwords. And what do we find from that? Users tend to reuse, repurpose, or simply have simple variations of passwords of one character or basically a date. And this means that we really need to look at how can we reduce this cyber fatigue? How can we help move passwords into the background so employees are not having to make that decision? That we make sure that passwords are not the only security control that's keeping cyber criminals out of your organization's cloud assets. And attackers will simply use the simplest approach. And this is why we've seen phishing scams has been on the increase in the past year. And they've been being very successful simply by sending an email to an employee that looks very authentic, looks normal, looks like most of the emails they do receive on a daily basis. It has an attachment. They click on that attachment, takes them to a login page, something that they're very familiar with. And they'll simply basically hand over their username, email address, and password to the cyber criminal, who can then abuse it. And I've seen many phishing scams in different types in the past year where basically cyber criminals are asking for the password. I've seen it in the form of speeding tickets, parking fines, health insurance, health information, even COVID, unsubscriptions, IT surveys, and even bad phishing emails. They're really, basically, it's this the footer of that email saying, report this to your IT security team. It looks like a phishing email, but that click is actually the phishing scam itself. All looking to gain access to compromised credentials and abuse that access. This is how cyber criminals are being successful. And we really need to make sure we reduce this risk. And we look at some of the other types of basically common breach causes. Up at the top is poor access management, insecure applications and APIs, consistent errors and human error, misconfiguration of cloud storage, overprivileged users who have too many privileges, sharing of credentials, employees basically over email or text or communications or messaging apps, sharing passwords with other colleagues so they can access cloud assets and applications and SaaS-based applications that have sensitive data. And most employees have access to things like customer data. Some have access to employee data, financial data, intellectual property, code. Developers having access to the code of the organization's sensitive applications. And for many of those, passwords still being the only security control. And we also look at securing third-party access and remote access for employees. And also we've seen organizations, as I mentioned, by adopting cloud computing, shadow IT has been on the increase. Many organizations have accelerated additional business applications to continue providing services and functions because the on-premise would no longer be able to serve that purpose. And a lot of SaaS-based applications have been adopted and deployed. So when we think about on-premise and traditional security, when I like to use metaphors in order to help you see the difference, and one that I use to try and explain the difference between on-premise traditional security and what you need to be doing or thinking about when you move to the cloud and how security needs to really evolve and change, and you need a new strategy for cloud security. When we think about that, just think about your garage where you park your car. Think about your car as your assets, your application, your data. It might be, a server. And when you park that in your garage, you've got perimeter which is known. You've got a garage door, you might have a side door, you might have a window. And when you think about that, you control that. You might decide to put, a locking key on the door. You might put a motion sensor on the window. You might have a remote control for the garage door. All security controls that you have control over, that you have visibility, that you need to put in place. And that means when you're protecting your traditional on-premise assets with these types of traditional security controls, it really means that those assets inside, you tend to be a little bit less worried about closing your car door or locking it or keeping the windows closed. You're less worried about people being able to see what's in your car because it's been protected within your boundaries, within your traditional perimeter. And this is what similar to traditional security is all about, because you control the door, you control the access, you control who gets in. That once you're inside, the security inside your garage tends to be much less. You might not lock things in additional locations. You might not basically put additional security controls within your garage. And when you think about cloud, let's think about taking your car out of your garage and parking it in a shared parking lot. That's what cloud computing is all about. It's about you taking that asset, you taking that system and moving it to cloud computing. And it really means you must change the way you do security for the cloud. It means you must get back to the basics. You must fundamentally look at what cloud computing delivers. It might be cheaper. They might even come with much more security controls and security configurations and capabilities that you might have never had the ability to do on-premise. In a lot of cases, they're off by default. A lot of cases, things are open to the public, open to everybody. And you must change those defaults. You must change the way you do security in the cloud. And when we think about that, it means getting back to the basics. It means the fundamentals. You need to think about the confidentiality. That means you might need to consider about locking the doors, putting additional controls in place. Availability, making sure that you have access to it, making sure you've got backups of it, and the integrity, making sure that no one can actually modify it or poison it. It really means for cloud computing, you must get back to the fundamentals and the basics of security, the CIA triad, and basically make sure that your cloud assets are being protected with more things than just a simple password. So what can you do? What can you do as you change and accelerate your cloud computing and acceleration? What can we do to reduce the risks? And it's all about identities. Identities is the new perimeter. It's what you still have control over, whether it being on-premise or in the cloud, or whether it being employees using BYOD or their personal devices. You still control the identity. And that means the security, the new security perimeter is access and identities together, the combination of those both. That's what you can continue to control. Even in a hybrid environment of cloud and on-premise or multi-cloud environment, you can control the provisioning of identities, and with the security, you can control the access. And that means privileged access is critically important here. So to help you get started and help you really get this digital transformation, I've created what I call is the Privileged Access Management Matrix, or the checklist. And it's really about asking the right questions. It's really about fundamentally getting down to understanding about what is the risks, what are you concerned about? With your cloud assets, are you worried about malware? Are you worried about things like financial fraud or business email compromise? Are you concerned about things like ransomware or even compliance failure? What about data breaches? Are you worried about malicious actors getting into your databases? What about if they modify it and they change that data? Are you worried about insider threats? Even service application downtime? Or all of this can ultimately result in some type of revenue or brand damage. And it really fundamentally means that you really need to understand what types of privileged accounts you have. Not every privileged account is equal. We should also consider that all identities actually should be considered privileged. It fundamentally means that you need to do a risk assessment. You need to understand about what risks those types of privileged accounts have, whether it being a domain account that's being used for configuration changes or administrative tasks. Or you've got local accounts that are able to actually make configuration changes in security, install software, install drivers, connect to that home printer. Privileged users, such as help desk workers that's looking in order to troubleshoot or fix problems on end users' laptops or devices, or even servers. All those different privileged accounts, they all come with different capabilities and different reasons why they're needed. And you need to understand that not all of those have the same risk. So it means you must fundamentally have a really solid risk assessment into all those different types of privileged accounts. And ultimately, who interacts, who uses them? How do they get used? Is it human-based? Is it human interaction? Is it employees logging into those systems? Is it automation? Is it applications? Is it hardware? Is it IoT? Is it basically built into the operating system? Is it application service accounts? Is it your third-party contractors? Ultimately, who's using those accounts? Where are they located? Is it in the cloud application? Is it built into a virtual machine? Is it part of the software deployment? Is it within the database? Is it your DevOps? All of those, where are they located? Where are they fundamentally stored? How do they get used? Is it me typing in the password in a browser? Is it me doing a remote session through RDP or basically a SSH session? Is it from a VPN? Is it part of automation? Is it built into the developer's code? Is it part of an API? So fundamentally understanding how to get used. And then to reduce the risks, what security controls are in place? Is it simply just a password? Do you need to enhance or reduce that risk with two-factor authentication or access workflows? Or do you need to record that session to reduce the threat of insiders? What about launching them into the session so they don't need to know the password? Let's put the passwords into the background. Let privileged access security really take care and take responsibility and accountability of remembering, changing, and auditing and protecting passwords so that people don't need to make those decisions. And then also checking the behavior analytics. This checklist is really there to help you ask the right questions. So when you're looking at your cloud assets and you're looking at access and privileged security, this really will help you map and understand about what things you should be doing. Maybe you want to do it in a phased approach. Maybe you want to enhance the existing controls you got in place. This is really to help you get there. So definitely take a look at the Privileged Access Management Matrix and Checklist. And we also have a free self-assessment tool based on this called the PAM Checklist that will really help you get on that path. So definitely take advantage and download it and help you make sure you get on the path to success. and make sure that you're able to get to the new perimeter by managing and provisioning and deprovisioning identities, and then managing that access with privileged access security. So fundamentally, when you think about it, I like to think of this as classifying trust dynamically. Whether your employees are working from home or working in the office, whether your assets are on-premise or in the cloud, really getting into where security is very adaptive. Almost like a living organism. When the threats are high, you can increase the security controls. You can actually increase verification. You can do a zero trust approach or the principle of least privilege. So let's think about that. Let's take a look at this. Fundamentally, you have an employee and they might have a personal device, their own tablet, own device or mobile phone that has no additional security on it. It's the employee's personal device and they have decided what security has been enabled and what has not. You might have a corporate laptop or desktop that the employee has that is managed, that's secured, that has additional security controls. And that's all tied together with the identity, with that digital identity. You might have a single sign-on process. So when the employee actually needs to access, let's say, something on-premise or actually some cloud applications or services, they can then log in to the privileged access management solution. And that will check, that will verify the identity with additional security controls. That might say that you actually, for these accounts, you're only allowed to use your corporate managed laptop, but for these other accounts, you might be able to access from your mobile device or your personal device. Really adapting to the security controls. Once the identity has been verified, and of course this might be a person, it might be a third party, it might be a contractor, it might be even a service or an application or a system or hardware. Once they unlock the vault, then it allows them, they don't even need to know the credentials to the target systems, it facilitates that access. It allows them the access to those internal resources. And this can be on-premise or in the cloud, and it also allows them access to those cloud resources. So really allowing organizations to get in control of that multi-cloud hybrid environment and making sure that identity is that new perimeter and access is the security. Ultimately, if an attacker is ever attempting in order to compromise those credentials, either through a phishing scam or basically through other methods, if they are successful, it prevents them from basically abusing those credentials and laterally moving to cloud applications or on-premise environments. Really allowing you to adapt your traditional security to facilitate this changing environment, your digital transformation, and help you really basically prevent and not make it easy for cyber criminals to be successful. The next thing, when you think about zero trust, it is the starting point. It's the baseline. It's all about building trust based on a risk framework. And that's ultimately what we're trying to achieve here. And when I think about it, I like to use metaphors, as I mentioned earlier, about the difference between on-premise and cloud security by using the garage and the shared parking lot or the street parking. When you think about that, I like to think about privileged access security as being a digital polygraph test for access. When employees are looking to gain access to your cloud assets, or that being contractors, no matter where they are in the world, that you're able to fundamentally ask the right security questions and controls to verify that is an authentic request. It is permitted, it is authorized, it has the right security controls been satisfied, there is auditability, there is logging, there is accountability, so therefore you can permit that access. Preventing anyone basically where the risk has changed or any malicious attacker trying to abuse credentials, you can really detect that. The goal here is to force attackers into taking more risks. The more risks that they take, the more noise that they will make in our environments. And this is ultimately gives you the better chance. The more noise they make, it allows you to get that visibility early enough. It allows you to prevent them from turning a simple security incident into a cyber catastrophe. So let's make sure we reduce the risk to organizations. Let's make sure we make our organizations more resilient and help you implement a privileged access security solution that will really allow you to accelerate your cloud transformation and cloud assets with a new security strategy. To help you get there, we have created the definitive guide to securing privileged access. And this is really kind of that, as that evolution is happening, as you're changing and evolving, this is really helping you make sure that no matter where your data is located, that no matter where your employees are accessing it from, that you can really get into making sure you have visibility, auditability, and a security strategy that is evolving, that is innovative, that allows you to make sure that we help move passwords into the background, we help empower employees to be successful, and we help make sure your organization is resilient to cyber attacks. So definitely this is a great place to get started. I definitely recommend going through and using this as probably the strategy to really define your privileged access security maturity model and path to success. So one final word that I have for you is that understanding hacker techniques and the processes and the methods that they use is the best way to defend against cyber attacks. But it's focusing on the business risks is the best way to get security budget. I hope this has been educational. I really hope you find value out of this session. Again, my name is Joseph Carson, Chief Security Scientist here at Thycotic. And if you're really interested, please do download some of those additional assets, such as the definitive guide to securing privileged access, or the privileged access management checklist, the self-assessment, to really help you get on the path to really making sure you can get control of the identities and privileged access. So again, thank you, stay safe, and take care till the next time.
Thank you so much, Joseph. I'm going to have to take a look at that ebook. I haven't seen it yet, but that looks very interesting. I'm going to do that myself. I imagine a lot of you here will want to do the same. Once again, please let us know if there's something that after that presentation you would like to get from Thycotic so that you can continue exploring what we talked about just there. And while I let you respond to that, two things: prizes to give away, and second, the normal prizes to give away, a gift card and an iMac. Second thing is, I'd like to remind you all that there is another gift card available that will be awarded for whoever asked the best question the whole event. So we're watching all of those. I'm reading them as they come in. There's also an entire team that goes over these after the event, and we will look it over, determine which is the very best question, and send off a $50 Amazon gift card to you. So don't forget to keep asking your questions. That keeps the event lively. Speaking of lively events, love to continue this conversation on Twitter as well. Hashtag ATM Megacast, or mention me directly at JD Green, and let's talk about what you're hearing today. Continue the discussion. All right, a couple of prizes. So first of all, a $500 Amazon gift card for Andrew Blodgett. Andrew Blodgett from Ohio. Congratulations, Andrew. And the third grand prize, one of the M1 iMacs, is going to go to Michael Grimes from Arizona. Michael Grimes in Arizona. Congratulations to both of you. We'll be reaching out after the event to deliver those prizes. All right, looks like folks have answered here as far as follow-up info from Thycotic. So let's go ahead and move along to our next presenter. Next up, we're going to be hearing from Jeff Dickey, Chief Technologist for Cloud and Data Services at NetApp. Hey, Jeff, how are you today?
Doing great, thanks. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm having a whole lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to your presentation. So have at it.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Hi, everyone. Today I'm going to be talking about wrangling the cloud and how to avoid missteps and improve application environments with NetApp Cloud Services. Let's kick this off with a great quote from IDC. We are now entering the next phase of cloud adoption, where enterprise applications are moving to the cloud and IT organizations need to handle multi-layer applications in complex multi-cloud operations, as well as dynamic cloud-native applications on the same platform. So basically, it's always been complex, and now the complexity is accelerating at an enormous rate. So let's talk about where NetApp fits into your cloud strategy. We really hit every vertical. So if you're in healthcare, media, financial services, insurance, life sciences, whatever it may be, leaders in these industries are leveraging NetApp Cloud Services. And we have a solution for whatever type of cloud workload you've deployed, whether it's cloud-native web applications running with Kubernetes, cloud desktops, custom enterprise applications, or databases, you name it. So I talked about the increasing complexity, and some of these challenges are extending and running enterprise applications in the cloud and making sure you have data governance, and the right application and data in the right place. For example, for SAP and databases, or VMware, HPC, BDI, file shares, any of these tier 1 applications and dev tests. Meeting the continuous availability and data protection requirements, not just traditional enterprise applications need, but also being able to meet those SLAs and SLOs for cloud native applications. And so how are you addressing disaster recovery, backup, restore, and compliance? Monitoring and securing your hybrid cloud. How are you aware and in control of network, compute, storage, VMs, and Kubernetes? And finally, controlling costs through ongoing optimization. How are you controlling these costs as you scale back? And what are you doing for stateful and stateless applications? Data-led migrations are key to successful cloud strategies, and NetApp has technology to help you effectively transfer these large data sets and databases from multiple targets to your cloud of choice. Let's look at some ESG data here. So 60% of CIOs ranked cloud migration or expansion as the top IT spending driver. 73% of on-prem workloads could still move to cloud, and 59% of organizations expect to be mostly cloud-based within the next 18 months. Migration of these tier 1 workloads is the main challenge to cloud adoption, and these mission-critical applications require enterprise-scale architecture to handle the high availability and performance demands. Organizations tend to struggle in finding the optimal arrangement of cloud infrastructure and file services to meet objectives for the data protection, scalability, and resiliency they need. Cost is always a concern in cloud, but migrating data and workloads is always high on the list. 38% of organizations surveyed say migrating data and workloads to the cloud is a top concern. Another top concern is training existing staff on these cloud services and also for multiple cloud providers. And reducing the cost of storage is always a top concern. Continuous availability is a challenge. Given the data set sizes that must be protected now and in the future, the traditional methods just aren't sufficient to do the job. New approaches are needed to handle the demands of data growth. IDC says petabyte scale deployments are becoming commonplace. Traditional backup methodologies can no longer cope with such data volumes. According to most analysts, data growth is expected to increase by 30 to 50% per year. IDC expects it to be closer to 40 to 50%, and this ever-increasing amount of data places an increasing burden on IT teams to protect it. Combine that with regulatory requirements and the need or desire to keep a large portion of that data indefinitely for analytic purposes, the problem gets more complicated. Traditional approaches to data protection can't keep pace with growing complexity of IT. Time, cost, and risk are the three primary categories that define the challenges for IT. Two competing forces include the aforementioned data growth and the requirement for applications to perform and remain online 24/7. As the data grows, protecting the data takes longer and can impact the performance of applications running on the underlying storage. Organizations want to focus their IT budgets on revenue-generating activities. And again, the larger the data set size, the more hardware and software is needed to protect the data. While most organizations would like to focus all their budget on revenue-generating activities, the continual threats, internal or external, and regulatory demands require ongoing investment to keep the business safe. The problems left uncorrected lead to over-provisioning, higher costs, and eventually customer impacts that affect your business. Runaway cloud costs have been the #1 IT concern for the 4th year in a row. Downtime is extremely costly. Gartner estimates $5,600 per minute. Lately, the outages that I've been reading about in the news from ransomware have been in the days to weeks, and that's a lot of minutes. Speaking of ransomware, ransomware is the fastest growing cybercrime, and the cost of ransomware is expected to increase 57 times since 2015. We're about $20 billion in damages from ransomware so far this year, and we still have half a year to go. I think the biggest thing I've learned working on cloud migrations for more than 10 years is that the project is never over. You will always continue to automate and optimize in your cloud journey. After the migration of workloads, it's particularly important to revisit your strategy, to level set and be prepared for periods of volatility and sudden growth without breaking the bank. Gartner has made the point going so far as to state in a recent report that cost optimization will drive cloud adoption. Enterprises migrating to the cloud and companies born in the cloud with application-driven infrastructures require expertise, tools, and alignment of business and IT strategies. So what is the solution to the nonstop acceleration of complexity? Let's first talk about the solution for data-led migrations. We have you covered with a single platform anywhere you have data needs. NetApp is the analyst-declared market leader of choice to serve enterprises and their most intensive workloads. Production-level workloads require a highly resilient and performant-tuned unified data experience, from hybrid cloud to on-prem and even an AWS outpost. We can even take aging third-party data appliances from on-prem to AWS, Azure, and GCP. 59% of enterprises surveyed just last year still require better cloud optimization efforts. And when operating at enterprise scale, extra muscles are needed to cover further aspects of storage and data operations in cloud and in cross-region deployments. Our unified platform is tied together by NetApp Cloud Manager. Cloud Manager is an advanced control plane that extends management and secure multi-tenancy capabilities securely as a service and is available even in the cloud marketplace. In addition, Cloud Manager allows you to manage your cloud volume infrastructure as code, which allows you that speed and flexibility necessary for automating application and data recovery. Not only is NetApp the storage leader in cloud, but NetApp is also certified by the cloud providers to migrate large data sets and databases. NetApp offers a seamless data migration path for large data sets and databases from multiple sources into AWS and Azure with NetApp SnapMirror, replication, and also for third-party storage devices using NetApp Cloud Sync. You can use integrated snapshot copies to improve application availability with an easy replication for backup, DR, and instant copies to simplify application test and dev, and accelerate that time to value with reduced time to market from months and weeks to hours and minutes. And there's no need to train or bring on additional storage admin headcount with our fully managed service, providing cost-effective, high-performance, scalable storage, and no need to re-architect applications. Machine learning, high-performance video rendering, the financial simulations, all those depend on consistent, reliable, high-performance shared storage in the cloud, and we have a SaaS-style storage service to meet the highest performance needs. Because reducing the cost of storage is always a top concern, we help organizations reduce costs up to 90% with automatic data tiering optimization by moving that cold data to object storage based on the data's usage pattern. We optimize infrastructure costs with guaranteed SLAs for durability and availability, and you choose the performance level that best suits application requirements and adjust on the fly without having to move any data. Now let's go over the continuous availability concern. NetApp does data protection not just different, but better. So we can detect user anomalies. We can identify end user accounts that may be victims of ransomware attacks before it grows. Native F policy, we can block out accounts identified as a threat. We can also do performance monitoring. You can set alerts for data growth, efficiency loss, or snapshot reserved to identify possible infections. And we integrate with the leading virus protection software. We also add capabilities around file extension screening, so we can block files with known malicious file extensions. Or we can whitelist approved file extensions, and we have that audit logging trail. We protect your data, and your data is your business. So we have that accelerated backup and DR to dramatically reduce the backup and DR window and get that down into seconds. We can reduce the protection burden to lower the backup server cost, improve that application performance, and minimize that network I/O for incremental forever backup. We're going to keep you secure and have that data retention with the inline and in-place encryption, MFA and multi-tenancy will prevent any unwanted access. And the worm data retention is crucial, especially these days, is being able to ensure that your data is protected and can't be written to in order to restore from these attacks. You're also going to be able to retain the data efficiencies end-to-end from primary to secondary storage and protect that data with object storage on-prem or in the cloud. We're going to help you operationally recover applications, data sets, and in regions. So you can have you can recover files, directories, and volumes in seconds from a local snapshot, and you have those granular point-in-time copies and immutable snapshot copies, again, with that worm data retention. You're going to be able to recover quickly, restore data in seconds, and you're going to be able to fail application and data to a secondary location or on-prem or in the cloud to minimize application outages. We've moved from one data center or multiple data centers into multiple data centers in many cloud regions. So let's talk about how we monitor and secure all of our locations. NetApp Cloud Insights provides complete visibility into the platform's elements as well as to applications themselves. We help you find problems faster, manage resources more effectively, meet SLAs and SLOs, and optimize workload placement. It's a SaaS service, so you can monitor public clouds, multi-cloud, and hybrid cloud infrastructure and platform assets in real time. Cloud Insights turns information gathered into actionable intelligence through an integrated analytics process, enabling enhanced control over the performance and utilization of the different workloads. We also provide deep insights to Kubernetes clusters on-prem and in the cloud. It's critical to understand the health of these clusters since your applications and businesses are dependent. We give you the ability to see node availability and what applications are running on the cluster and overall resource utilization of CPU, memory, and disk space. So for nodes, you have resource issues such as saturation of CPU and memory will impact everything on the node. And knowing what's available and used and where there are network issues or disk space issues, are all the nodes contributing? You're also usually build by node in the cloud. So you don't have to over provision more nodes than necessary. You have full view of that. For pods, are these provisioned properly? Does each have enough CPU and memory and disks for its containers? Is one restarting too often, or are all the pods available or unavailable? For containers, that similar concern that we have with pods, looking at the memory CPU as well as network issues can put applications at risk. And for the applications themselves that are dependent on the health, do they have a sufficient quantity of resources provisioned, and how are you scaling, and where can we map those pain points? Cloud Insights also provides early detection of ransomware and other malicious users through integrated user behavior analysis. Cloud Insights is actually able to detect anomalies, whether it's ransomware or an internal user downloading too much information, and can programmatically snapshot your data and protect it with features like Worm that keep you in control of your data and eliminate unplanned outages. Cloud Secure helps minimize the impact of an attack with automatic data backups. It inspects and analyzes all data access activity in real time to detect that malicious behavior and identify the potential policy risks. And it's going to meet your auditing and reporting requirements, saving you time and money. The last component here is the continuous optimization of your applications. Kubernetes is the new cloud operating system, and NetApp can help you in all aspects of application and container management, monitoring, reliability, and cost optimization on any cloud and on-prem. Whether you're an application developer, SRE, infrastructure architect, storage admin, or cloud architect, NetApp has an ecosystem of cloud services to meet cloud-native requirements, along with meeting traditional enterprise requirements missing from the cloud. We support native Kubernetes and cloud-managed versions of Kubernetes. We have a simple GUI for application lifecycle management of Kubernetes, including monitoring, scaling up, scaling down, optimizing cost management, backups, snapshots, cloning, and deploying container applications and its data into new usable namespaces in new regions or different cloud providers. So you can actually take an entire Kubernetes cluster and clone that into a new region or into a new cloud for faster application lifecycle management, faster code delivery, and for scaling out. We also offer CLI support for anything you want to do with any of our services in the cloud. We help our customers save up to 90% of their compute spend in cloud with Spot. Spot is a SaaS orchestration layer that automates the continuous optimization of a cloud environment. So Spot sits between your application and the infrastructure, and it understands the resource demands from your applications and provisions that infrastructure using the ideal mix of purchasing models, instance types, and location. So we're listening to what your applications need, and we're giving it to you in the most optimized way and in real time all the time. That's important because companies have deployed these CI/CD pipelines to manage their cloud infrastructure and deploy their applications into cloud. And Spot comes in as that continuous optimization extension of the CI/CD loop. So, it was CI/CD and now CO for continuous optimization. We take our customers from the left chart here, which provisions resources against your demands in a homogeneous instance types using on-demand compute, which is the most expensive way to buy compute. And by the nature, over-provisioning because you have to make sure you have at least a minimum amount. With Spot on the right, since we understand what the applications are doing and demanding, we're able to really right-size and scale in a dynamic way what types of instances we're using and how we're deploying it into the cloud. And then we're also able to unlock and optimize how we buy instances, and how you pay for the cloud providers becomes super important as you scale. You will dramatically reduce your cloud spend, and the best part is you only pay based on savings. Okay, let's put this all together. Enterprises migrating to the cloud and companies born in the cloud with the application-driven infrastructures require that expertise and tools and alignment of the business and IT strategies. And we help you wrangle the cloud with your data-led migrations, continuous availability with application and data protection, automation and continuous optimization to grow and scale in the most cost-effective way, and monitoring and security for complex multi-cloud environments in today's complex world. So everything you need to get started with anything you've heard today is available at cloud.netapp.com. All the resources are there, and it is also the portal to log in to our SaaS services. And that is it for me. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Jeff. Good news. You finished a minute or two ahead of schedule, so we have some time to take some questions, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I've never done that before. Yeah.
So congratulations, first of all. Second of all, there's, I think you might have touched on this a bit, but there's at least a couple people asking the obvious question, hey, Jeff, cloud providers have storage solutions that they offer with all the rest of the stuff. What is it, in your opinion, that makes NetApp solutions there special that I should choose those over the ones that are native to the cloud I'm using?
Oh yeah, great question. I mean, it's really about use case. It's not that there's a bad or good. It's really using the right tool for the job. The native storage solutions in the cloud are excellent, and they do the job that needs to be done. But if you have requirements outside that, it might not be a good fit. It's kind of like owning a car, right? You may have maybe you have an electric car just to get around. What if you need to start carrying things around? You might upgrade to a truck or SUV, or maybe you need a semi, right? It's a different tool for the job of whatever you're doing. And if you don't mind having silos of data, or you don't have to really govern that data, or you don't have protection needs, or you don't want that flexibility, I think the cloud native solutions are absolutely great. If you do have requirements, if you do need very high performant a service, or if you need detailed information about what type of data is out of compliance with your organization inside the cloud, and you want really rapid ways to recover your data, either in a cloud or replicate to a different region in the cloud, or always have that replication, or maybe you want to have control of your data across all three clouds without having to really understand and know every single cloud provider and have many different silos. So it's really the right tool for the job.
Got it. I'm going to jump around a little bit here. Hopefully you can stick with me. There's some wildly different questions in here, but they're all good. Ransomware and other breaches, obviously a very hot topic. And in my opinion, and I think the opinion of the person asking this question, one of the best places for some early detection is where the data lives, to see data changing and to spot that something is not right here. Is there anything in the portfolio that you can point to that may help people with, identifying threats and also protecting and potentially recovering from a breach like, say, a ransomware attack?
Yes, absolutely, right. It's early detection is key, and being in the know, and also, what is that, how are you going to take care of these issues? And we solve that through Cloud Insights and add on to Cloud Insights, which we call Cloud Secure. Again, if you go to cloud.netapp.com, you're able to get a free trial since it's a SaaS service, and you can start looking at what's going on inside your, on-prem or inside whichever cloud you're using. And again, that's a great question, because you are going to see, what's going on. That data part is where where these attack vectors are. And, we're using machine learning to kind of look at what's going on and look for those anomalies that's happening to give you the earliest detection you can possibly get. We're also automating the snapshot protection of any of those data volumes and giving you that notice so that you're protected and you have the awareness to start, working on what's going on in your environment.
While we take a couple more, I'm going to throw up this poll question here. If there's anything that NetApp could send to you to help you continue digging into this, please let us know. Another popular question, Jeff, which I'm pretty sure I have even personally asked you before, is how does the cost of NetApp solutions I may have deployed on-prem compare to some of the cloud solutions you were describing? And maybe there's a different paradigm for thinking about those things, if you could describe that.
It is, yes. I mean, it's absolutely different purchasing model, right? I mean, it's going from servers to that cloud consumption model. I think one of the great things that we offer in the cloud is we're offering that those same data efficiencies that you're used to on-prem, we're offering that inside the cloud. So as if you're deploying cloud volumes, the more data you're putting into cloud volumes, the more efficiencies you're getting. You're going to get some that dedupe, and you're also going to reduce that overall cost by being able to retain a lot of snapshots that don't that aren't taking up more space, and you're able to have these point-in-time snapshots sent to low-cost object store. So it really frees up, kind of unlocks you from what you're doing on-prem, not just in a financial model, but everything you can do. Backup and recovery becomes so simple when you're able to leverage these features in the cloud. The complexity really reduces, and you start getting rid of a lot of this technical debt that's been accumulated over the years.
Great. One or two more here. This is a great question. I would never have even thought to ask this, but it's great actually. Are there NetApp solutions that I can use for my cloud migration, even if I'm not using NetApp hardware on premises?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And we have something called Cloud Sync, which is again another SaaS service we offer. And with Cloud Sync, you're able to any data volume that you want migrated to a cloud, or migrated from a cloud to a cloud. We have customers that use this product for keeping their large sets of data inside one cloud in sync with another cloud. Right, so that's their kind of failover. So it's a great tool for getting data to where you need to be and cut over, And we also have people using that as another, kind of a DR purpose.
Great. Well, Jeff, I think that's all we have time for. Thank you so much for joining us on the Megacast today. We appreciate you and NetApp being a part of this event.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We're going to take a quick break to give away a gift card. This gift card, a $500 Amazon gift card, is going to go to Eugene Sim from Washington. Eugene Sim from Washington, congratulations. We'll be reaching out to you after the event to deliver that gift card. Next up, we're going to hear from Alan Waters, Senior Solutions Marketing Manager at Nutanix. Alan, welcome to the Megacast. Thanks for joining us.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can. Please take it away.
Great. Thanks for having me, and welcome everyone. As mentioned, my name's Alan Waters, Solutions Marketing here at Nutanix, and I'm going to spend some time today talking about key use cases that we're seeing from our customers that are running a hybrid cloud solution, the Nutanix hybrid cloud solution. But before we do that, I'm going to spend a few minutes just taking a quick step back and talking about hybrid cloud and some of the features to look for when picking a hybrid cloud platform. And then we're going to jump in and dig into the use cases that we are seeing. So for the past few months, I've been sharing this slide, and I think it really means more today than ever, given what we've all gone through for the past year and going through the pandemic, but especially when you're on the IT side, right? I mean, IT teams really find themselves with the added stress of having to increase their agility, having to provision new workloads on demand, things like scaling capacity quickly, bringing new users on board. I mean, IT teams went home on Friday night, and when they came in on Monday, they had to have 500 people working from home, right? So, I mean, those are real-life stories. And to do a lot of these things and to stay agile like that, sometimes it requires a more modern IT strategy. And it could be a strategy that really spans both public and the private environments, one that allows IT managers to really place workloads, and that's what it's all about, right? Applications and workloads, and put them on the right cloud for the best economics or performance, and even SLAs. And what we believe here at Nutanix is that when you pick the right hybrid cloud platform, the integration between your on-prem private cloud and public cloud really becomes easy. So, and we truly believe that hybrid cloud really can be the goal, since it gives you the best of those both worlds, right? The private cloud, on-prem perhaps, or public cloud, and really allowing you to optimize every workload, allowing you to run it on the right cloud for the right business demands. Even if you don't plan to use public cloud today, there's a lot of organizations still on-prem, still private cloud due to security and what have you, some of the things you see on the slide on the left-hand side perhaps. But what happens when a dev team comes and says they have a new application that might be a better fit for public cloud? I mean, what's going to happen? If you pick a platform that's not agile, it's not adaptable, then another silo gets created, right, to support these new apps. But if you pick the correct platform, connecting it to public cloud and making that true hybrid multi-cloud can really be easy. So I like this slide, and those of you that have been through this know it, probably better than I do. But the term hybrid multi-cloud gets thrown around quite a bit, right? Like it's an easy thing to do, but setting up a true hybrid multi-cloud, it's not easy. This is an example of some of the complexity and some of the silos that happen when trying to set up a hybrid cloud. And really, a lot of these challenges can really start to add up fast. Things, data locality, for example, workload, license portability, latency, that's a big one. The previous speaker spoke about latency a little bit. Identity management, and even consistent security controls, the security that follows workloads as you move them around. I mean, the term gets thrown around quite a bit, and it's made to sound easy, but as you've maybe experienced, the complexity gets problematic pretty fast. So how do you avoid all the complexity and do it right the first time? As I mentioned, we here at Nutanix believe if you pick the right platform, the correct one can eliminate all the complexity you saw on the previous slide, right? Some of the complicated suites out there require months of professional services, and there's got to be a better way. Build this slide out. So some of the other items to look for, things that might differentiate a platform from the others. License portability, I just mentioned it a second ago. Allowing licenses to move from cloud to cloud. And native integration, especially on the networking side, rather than having complicated overlays and so forth. Think about that. Seamless app migration between clouds. That's one of the use cases I'm going to talk about in a second, but that's a must-have. And really single management, having a single management plane to unify all your clouds where you actually see your on-prem private cloud, for example, right next to your public cloud, and being able to manage them from the same interface. It's huge. And really these differentiators that you see on the slide here, on the visual, can make the difference when you're trying to make that journey to hybrid cloud. And that's exactly what Nutanix Hybrid Multi-Cloud offers. It has all those differentiators. We enable you to run clusters on Amazon and soon to be Microsoft Azure, and it really delivers the full Nutanix software portfolio, the same that you might be running currently on site now. You run that same software for HCI, for example, you run it on those public clouds, all with the same interface and management. And it really and truly unifies your on-prem private cloud with your public cloud. So here's a look at some of the details. I'm not going to spend too much time, but really at a high level, kind of how Nutanix clusters works. And the Nutanix clusters, they will run on a bare metal EC2 instance and be managed via Prism, which Prism is our unified management that will be used for both. And it really provides a nearly identical functionality that you use on-prem, and those of you that are using HCI Nutanix on-prem are familiar with it, to manage your AOS environment. You can leverage the same software and same everything with your existing AWS accounts, the same credits, VPCs, VPNs, and even direct connect configuration. So the result is you get a full hybrid and multi-cloud experience without having to deploy or manage data center infrastructure. It's the same. So now that we know a little bit about the Nutanix hybrid and multi-cloud, let's dig into some of the key use cases that we're finding our customers are really picking for the solution, and they really revolve around these three. Not that they're limited to these three, but these are the biggies that we're seeing as far as disaster recovery, bursting, of course, and lift and shift, being able to lift and shift applications. So business continuity. So there's challenges here, right? When setting up business continuity, disaster recovery. Perhaps you're looking for better service level agreements, being able to recover faster, for example, having the ability to set up a solution outside of the current data center, expand easily to different geos, perhaps, without expanding your footprint. And there's a lot of silos out there that does business continuity and backup and so forth. But again, some of those silos and some of those additional solutions all make it more and more complicated. So the Nutanix solution, we provide business continuity and disaster recovery without cloud lock-in. You can actually pick the public cloud that you prefer right now AWS or even on-prem private, and when Azure's out, and you can be able to change it if needed. So you're not locked in. And of course, having the ability to recover in minutes is a necessity, and all while reducing costs and not having to stand up another data center and expand your footprint. So that those benefits are all gained. So on-demand elasticity. So this is another biggie, and as far as on-demand elasticity or bursting, I think it's another term that gets thrown around quite a bit. But this again is not an easy thing to do when you look at all the security and the compliance requirements that are required, the latency, load balancing, platform compatibility, for example, and all the integration. There's a lot that goes into it, and there's a lot to worry about. And then, of course, there's the over-provisioning side of it. On the public cloud side, you might be over-provisioning, spending too much, and a lot of these worries, especially costs, can add up quickly. So where we solve some of this, we removed a lot of those worries since on-prem, the on-prem private cloud side is just like the public cloud side. It's all managed the same, as I mentioned earlier, through Prism or Prism Central. And when you need more capacity, you can easily burst into the public cloud that you've chosen. Another unique feature that we also offer is the ability to hibernate your cluster. So if you have a workload running up on a public cloud with a simple one-click, you can actually hibernate that cluster. And this is unique to Nutanix, so that, say, on a Friday, your test dev team are going home on Friday. You don't want to leave that cluster running for the weekend. With a simple one-click, you can hibernate that cluster to save the organization money. And even if it's a weekend or if it's a whole week or someone's out on vacation, that can really add up to a considerable amount of money. And we do have other products to help you analyze a lot of the cloud spend that you can use along with this. But again, it's features that are extremely useful, especially on the test dev side of the house, so that when a cluster isn't needed for a few days, as I mentioned, the weekend's coming up, you simply hibernate it, and the whole environment is paused. But that whole on-demand elasticity and being able to pause it when needed is a key feature and a great use case. So let's talk a little bit about lift and shift. It's another popular one, right? Take a workload from here, move it up to the cloud. It sounds simple, right? But do you have to re-architect that workload or application? How long is that going to take? How much money is it going to cost? How many people are involved? What other skills are you going to need to have to make that happen? So even on the lift and shift, and again, another term that I feel is thrown around quite a bit, there are a lot of things to think about here too, especially on the re-architecting side of it. So the good news, this is simplified too with the Nutanix Hybrid Cloud solution. You have the ability to move a workload from your on-prem cluster to the public cloud, and it's all made easy and seamless. There is no re-architecting, between moving something from on-prem to a public cloud. None of it's complicated. Those complicated migrations are all gone. And again, and I've mentioned a couple times, it's all done within the same management, Prism Central, and that same environment with the same control is all maintained as you're moving workloads and applications around. So after the use cases, I'd like to talk about the availability. So on the AWS side, there are 20 distinct locations that we've engineered to be really insulated from failures and separate from other availability zones. You can see here on the slide. Service levels are 99.99 availability. I believe that's an AWS number, of course, as far as the service level. And really, as far as I mentioned, the software runs on a bare metal server. We have different choices of those bare metal instances. So you can look at the workload and determine the best, even depending on price, which bare metal instance that you want to run that on, and the geo, of course. So you can pick the appropriate geo, and the appropriate bare metal server to use with it. So beyond making the use cases easy, the other big benefits to the Nutanix hybrid cloud solution really come down to that seamless app mobility that I mentioned a second ago. Comes down to the unified management. It's truly unified. When you take a look at the demo, we have a nice demo of clusters up on YouTube. If you take a look at it, you'll see that one cluster is actually sitting next to the AWS cluster, so it's truly managed by the same. A lot of benefits are gained from that as far as lower operational costs that come from it, being able to hibernate workloads that I mentioned a second ago, being able to move workloads, no re-architecting, being able to burst to the cloud when needed. So there's substantial benefits that you gain by the solution. I didn't talk a lot about getting the whole solution up and running. So if you have an on-prem Nutanix solution running, you can literally connect that to AWS and have that hybrid cloud solution running in less than 45 minutes. That's how easy it is. With all the integration that we've spent time doing with AWS, with the networking that I mentioned, there's no complicated networking overlays. It really is simply, less than 45 minutes to get it up and running. That's how easy, we've made it. And talk a little bit about license mobility. A lot of organizations out there or vendors don't talk about licenses because usually when it comes to talking licenses, like they're going to sell you a license for one cloud and then sell you more licenses or a contract for another. The great thing about the Nutanix solution is that our licenses are mobile. So if you have a set of licenses that run on-prem, those licenses can be moved and used on AWS if that's the best place for them and the place that they're needed. So again, you don't need to double buy licenses like a lot of solutions out there make you do. Again, this can be another cost savings factor that comes into it. And again, if that license needs to move to a different public cloud, say from AWS to on-prem or AWS to Azure, it can move there without a worry. So the whole license mobility is another great benefit that our solution offers. So how do you get started? I'll look at some of the consumption models between the different clouds, looking here at AWS and on-prem Nutanix. But if you already have Nutanix licenses, obviously I said with the license mobility that I mentioned on the last slide, they can be used. They can be used over again and used on AWS. There's also a term-based annual program to pick from too. And then on the AWS side, they have their on-demand, their reserved and convertible contracts to consider. On the public side, again, that's on the AWS side. So there's different contracts over there to pick from as well. And finally, you can try all this out for yourself with the Nutanix Test Drive. It's probably the best way, as a call to action, it's probably the best way to experience Nutanix and the solutions that we offer. You can experience them firsthand. You get logged in. There's instructor-led programs that you can walk through. You can see how truly we make it, how easily we make things, and you can try lifecycle management and different tasks and see how easy it is with all the one-click simplicity that Nutanix is known for. And you can see a lot of the features and functionality that I talked about today. Again, Nutanix.com/test drive, and you can see it all for yourself. So thank you. I'm going to stay around for a couple minutes. I see there's some questions in here from the Q&A. I'm going to take a look at those. I'm not sure if you want to take a second so I can look at the Q&A.
Yeah, if you're up for it, I've picked out a couple here that I think would be interesting. I'll lob a few of those your way.
Yeah, why don't we start with those, and I'll take a look at some of the ones that have been put.
So here's a softball. Guy is asking, how does Nutanix allow us to best integrate public cloud? So I think the heart of the question is kind of, we've talked a lot today about hybrid cloud, and he's asking, how can Nutanix help that hybrid cloud idea come to fruition?
So how to actually connect it? Was that the question? How to connect it to and make the hybrid cloud?
I think the question is kind of, what does the architecture look like to kind of connect up some on-prem infrastructure to AWS or any other cloud is probably also acceptable.
I touched on it a little bit, but really and it comes down to that, being able to connect in less than 45 minutes. But it's really on the Nutanix side, we spent so much time on the integration and making sure that experience is easy. But we really allow customers to use their existing AWS accounts and their existing AWS connectivity to make that connection. So if you think about the static VPN or route-based VPN, those are both supported. Or for customers that kind of want that higher bandwidth, low latency type of connectivity, we've integrated with the AWS Direct Connect and so forth. But on the Nutanix engineering side, we spent a lot of time making sure that those connections and the integration and the security pieces were made easy. And that's why I spent a couple of seconds talking about being able to make that connection in less than 45 minutes, because we did the homework and we made it simple for you. And I would recommend checking out the demo on if you search Nutanix clusters AWS, I think on YouTube. We have a great 2-minute demo showing that connection and how it's done, so you can actually see it done for real.
So on the subject of making it easy, you kind of just touched on this, but zooming out a little bit, let's talk about like a full deployment. Chris is asking, how long does it take to get up and running? So obviously the answer is it depends, but can you give some broad strokes answer to what are we looking at here if we decide to jump in?
Yeah, so that 45 minutes I'm talking about is really the connections, right? So if you start moving, virtual machines up, depending on the size and so forth, you could be looking at an hour, a couple hours to again, it depends, right, for everything to settle in on that side. So we've made the connection easy and setting it up easy, but as far as moving workloads and VMs up to AWS or moving them back down, there is additional time associated. And again, like you said, it's all one of those. It depends. When those are being moved around. So yeah, there's a good distinction between the two.
Yeah. We've got a question here specifically about VDI. It seems like this attendee has tried and struggled with some performance issues. Is that an area where Nutanix might be able to help?
Let me think. So I do. My coworker Aaron is the VDI guy, and I could ask, because that as far as another use case for hybrid multi-cloud, and I mentioned the business continuity for those VDI setups, the virtual desktop environments. That's another great use case. I unfortunately can't talk. I'm not sure about any performance issues. I think it's Vijayan or Mr. Nair that said that. I can follow up after, but it is another use case that for our hybrid multi-cloud solution that we might be able to solve for them. Unfortunately, I can't talk in details on that one. I just don't.
Great. No, that is an acceptable answer.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
What else do we have here? So I'm seeing a couple. Go ahead.
I see one from Florin. Florin's asking about a free Nutanix license for home use. So there's a little combination there with the test drive. If you sign up for the test drive, there are some different options and there's different pieces you can pick for that test drive, where you can actually try it out for yourself. So I would actually try the test drive first, because we try and give you as much experience with the Nutanix environment through that test drive. So I think if you give it a try, it might solve for that home lab environment. But I'm not aware of any home lab specific environments that you can download for free. The best thing I could recommend is a test drive.
I'm not sure if it's still a thing or if you know anything about this, Alan, but there at least used to be something called the Community Edition, which is just like hypervisor and management kind of stuff. But I'm not sure if that's still around or not, but you could try Googling for that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And see if that's still a thing. Let's take just a couple more here.
So some clarifiers here. Richard was asking, connect in 4 to 5 minutes or connect in 45 minutes. So it's the latter one, Richard. It's 45 minutes, not 4 minutes. So there are some IP connections and some different, and making sure subnets and things are configured when you're going through that whole setup. So there is a little bit of time, and when things start to get created on the AWS side, where you sit there and you see everything happening. So yeah, it's a 45-minute experience, not a 4 to 5. I wish it was that fast.
Right.
But 45 minutes is still pretty fast for a hybrid cloud environment.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy fast. Another clarification maybe, do you see this question from Bradford? He's asking about on-prem versus AWS regarding latency. Seems like he might have misunderstood a recommendation there.
No, so usually when we talk about latency, so I don't think I was recommending one over the other depending on latency. I think the latency side is just something you need to consider when looking at a hybrid or multi-cloud environment, or even when you're considering moving a workload up to a public cloud. There's usually a few different, there's the whole term being cloud smart, right, on where you put applications. And I think when you're going through that and determining what applications need to move to public or which applications might make sense on-prem, latency is a piece of it. And that was in that kind of complicated slide off to the side. I wasn't saying one's better on one side or one's on the other, or one's worse on the other. I was just saying it's something to consider when you're looking at a hybrid multi-cloud environment and trying to be cloud smart with the applications. Just don't forget about the latency or speed that's needed for that application. That's all I was saying.
I think I heard you say something at one point about Direct Connect. Richard here is asking about Express Route. So from a high-level architecture standpoint, what are the options for connecting up a hybrid cloud from a networking standpoint?
Oh, where is that? Let me think here. So my one-liner is, we make it easy to use existing AWS networking. Basically, we call it the networking constructs that they have. So when it comes to the subnets, IP address management, the load balancing, the gateways, and so forth, we've made all of that, and this kind of goes into why the setup is so fast, because we've done the integration with those different AWS networking pieces, so they're easy to leverage. So that's kind of my one-line spiel on kind of the networking and how we integrate with AWS, but I can send over some additional info on that if needed.
Great. Sorry for peppering you with questions, but there's lots of good ones in here. Are you okay for one or two more?
Yeah, sure. I'm trying to scroll down.
So this is another question from Richard. He's kind of asking about multi-cloud, basically trying to articulate this succinctly.
No, I see it. I'm looking at it. So, and I didn't talk a lot about this, but if you notice throughout my presentation, we do consider our solution a hybrid multi-cloud, right? And there's a distinction. So when you think of a hybrid cloud, I think of your on-prem private cloud working with, say, a public cloud. and maybe some integration there, right, depending on which vendor or how they do it. So the way we look at it, and I mentioned that AWS is GA right now for us, and Azure will be out in the next few months. So when Azure is out, and you think about multi-cloud, it's the example that Richard's using there, being able to take a workload. So say you have a workload running on, public cloud A, and for, doing some analysis, you see that, hey, if I run this over on public cloud B, I'm going to get some cost advantages because, this X, feature that I'm using over there is a couple cents less, or it's a little bit less expensive on this side, and it's going to, in the end, save me X amount, right? So basically, I'm saying if there's a pricing difference in running, if you find there's a pricing difference, the way we do that, and because you're using the same management prism to manage all of these clouds, you can literally take that workload and move it over from one cloud to another to take advantage, and that's a good example of the cost advantage that the other cloud, maybe they reduce their costs for a month, or they're giving you a special, or maybe you got some extra credit on AWS that you need to use, or part of Microsoft. I can't remember what their whole credit system's called, but maybe you need to use up some of the Microsoft credits that they've given you, so you can move that work. You'll truly be able to move those workloads from on-prem up to Cloud A over to Cloud B, without having to worry about re-architecting. And I said it throughout my presentation. It's the whole unified management, and using that single management piece and that single platform to manage all the clouds together. So that's an actual example that Richard said. Being able to dynamically move workloads from one cloud to the other if costs change. I mean, that is a yes when we have Azure out in a couple of months. So for sure, it's pretty cool, and it is a distinct advantage for Nutanix to be able to do that.
Great. Well, Alan, thank you so much to you and Nutanix for being on the Megacast today. That was great, and thank you for letting me ask all those questions. It was fun to have you.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
All right, everybody. We're going to take a real quick break and give away a couple more prizes before we move on. We've got 2 presenters left today. I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you are too. First of all, a $500 Amazon gift card. That gift card is going to go to Michael Selby from Arizona. Michael Selby from Arizona. $500 Amazon gift card headed your way. And then one of the M1 iMacs is going to be going to Chad Fissette, F-I-S-E-T-T-E, Chad Fissette from Texas. So congratulations, Michael and Chad. We'll be in touch after the event to deliver those prizes to you. Thanks for being here. And with that, let's move on to our next presenter. Next up, we're going to be hearing from Jacob Bogie, Lead Solutions Architect from OutSystems. Jacob, how are you today?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm great. I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to this. So, have at it.
Let's have some more fun then. So, thanks for having me on. My name is Jacob Bogie, and I'm a lead solutions architect, specifically working with our cloud partnerships from OutSystems. And if you're not familiar with OutSystems, we'll go through a quick rundown of who we are, what we do, and how we help our customers actually build and deliver enterprise-class applications in all sorts of cloud environments. So buckle up. We're going to do a speed run through some slides, and we'll actually get into a demo today and walk everybody through kind of what we're doing. So first and foremost, OutSystems, we've got this core belief that we can give every organization out there the power to innovate. So you may know us as a low-code environment. You may know us as a fast way of building and delivering applications in a visual environment, but we're also a platform that runs on many different clouds, even on-premise, where customers can stand up a platform and quickly and easily integrate into their existing systems and deliver brand new application experiences out to their end users, both internally and to their customers. So we see customers doing things like building direct-to-consumer applications, order management systems, all sorts of different types of applications that will help them grow their business And that's really why we truly believe that we can help customers by giving them the power to innovate. So what are some of the challenges and things that organizations are facing on a regular basis when they're building application portfolios or modern applications? Well, first and foremost, productivity. Customers need the ability to build apps fast and see the results from them and increase those feedback loops so that they can get data back from their customers, they can get data back from their users, and they can adapt those applications even quicker. Not only that, but customers want to be able to build the right types of applications, like serious applications. We've actually got customers that are building full-on enterprise-class applications and delivering them both internally and externally, all on a platform that can allow those customers to build those applications in a visual interface. And we also believe that this is a true platform for change. We give organizations, not just the core developers and the core technology team, the ability to build these apps, but now it's also increasing your citizen developer community. So people from a line of business might be able to start building and delivering the applications. You've got new users can be trained up real quick and easy on how to use the platform. And it's actually quite intuitive, like I'll show you in a few minutes, how customers can quickly and start easily ingesting the OutSystems platform, building the applications, and delivering the value back to the business. So if we think of some of the different types of challenges organizations are undergoing around what types of applications they're trying to build and what types of experiences they're trying to increase in their organizations, first and foremost, we've got people that are trying to do one thing and one thing only: increase how they leverage their customer base. So whether that be increasing their revenue, increasing their market share, or looking at ways that they can find white space in an industry and help transform how they interact with their customers, it's all about customer experience transformation for that first group. We've also got other organizations that are looking at building and delivering applications that might help innovate how their teams internally work. So you could think of people maybe doing field service, repairs, that might want to be able to take pictures with like a tablet or a smartphone and actually interact with the application visually. And there's also traditional good old-fashioned process automation, like find ways that we can reduce cost by creating efficient processes that are automated. And think of this almost in a way of like, how can I automate things in the OutSystems platform that I would typically be doing in different types of systems? So a unified place to do those in. And of course, everybody's thinking about how do I actually create modern applications and start looking at ways of chewing away at what we would consider technical debt. So looking at reducing infrastructure costs, looking at maybe replacing costly, expensive commodity off-the-shelf hardware, or thinking about ways that we could simplify a large application portfolio and landscape into a smaller footprint. So let's give you an idea of what the OutSystems platform is. Since we're claiming that we can do a whole heck of a lot, we're proving that we can do a whole heck of a lot, let me show you how we actually do it. So this is, in essence, just a quick view of the components inside of the OutSystems platform. It's a runtime in which the applications that you build will run on top of cloud resources. It allows you to connect into external data and services, so whether those be on-prem systems, whether those be cloud systems, or whether those be software as a service or other platform as a service systems. The runtime can plug into those. You can build applications, you can leverage the data from those external systems, and basically come together in what we consider an AI-powered platform. So as you're building applications, we've got AI built into the platform that helps you make correct decisions on things like scalability and security, and it helps sanitize how an application is being built so that you know that it's going to be robust, secure, and scalable. And we tie that all in with a whole bunch of automation tools that allow you to quickly and easily build, version, store, and collaborate on the applications in teams. We also have what we call a Forge marketplace, which I'll show you as well, where we kind of actually get into having different integrations built and delivered from our customers. Think of it almost like an open source community where you can get additions to the platform. So we'll talk left to right here about what is the OutSystems platform and what are some of the benefits of it. So first and foremost, it is a full stack development environment, which is empowering developers to extend both their ability to build full stack applications or spend time where they're really good. So if you think about it, we can look and actually do full UI and UX modifications inside of the platform. We can build complex business logic and workflows. We can also create processes and automated systems inside of the platform itself. And we can also model, build, and design data services inside of the platform as well. So it's true full stack. We also can integrate and extend. So you're not having to start from scratch. You can basically plug the platform in, start building your applications, and leverage the existing footprint that you might have with, say, on-prem CRMs, on-prem order management systems, HR platforms, basically anything and everything that you've got in your data center. If you can integrate with another platform, you can integrate it into the OutSystems platform as well. And we'll show you inside of the Forge how there's components that will help you make that easier to build and integrate with those applications. So we've also got full life cycle. In essence, what we're doing is we're actually versioning and managing the source code repository. We're doing the build and the compilation of the applications as they're being built. And we're basically automating the software development life cycle. But that's not to say that we can't plug in the platform into other CI/CD tooling that you may already have in your environment, because we absolutely can. And when we think about the experiences that you can deliver with the OutSystems platform, you can reach all forms of touch points, whether that be building true web and mobile-based applications, or even just APIs and web services. You can do that in OutSystems. But you can also do some really interesting things as well. With our one-click publish functionality, you can actually build and deliver native iOS and Android application packages and publish them directly to either a private repository or to either of their stores. And we're seeing customers basically take that customer experience transformation to another level by doing things like chat-enabled applications, voice-enabled applications, and of course, your standard SMS and email-based notifications inside of applications as well. We are running the OutSystems platform and hosting it ourselves. So if you would like to subscribe to the OutSystems platform and not have to manage infrastructure, you can sign up and consume the OutSystems Cloud, where we are running and managing this entire platform for you in a cloud. Or you can consume the OutSystems platform and install it in your own AWS environment, your own Azure environment, your own Google environment, or pretty much any other cloud service provider that offers your basic primitives of compute, network, and storage. Not only that, but you could also run the platform on-premise itself. If you want to do that, we can help you. So here's a fun thing that I like to ask people when they kind of have doubts about whether or not a visual or low-code, no-code environment can stack up against traditional high-code or standard development practices. So we take a look at this email. How long would this take a traditional application developer to build this type of functionality? So Julia asks, Dear Keith, I've got a business group that's using a spreadsheet to keep track of employee data. After some issues with multiple people saving files, some of that data was lost, and now they want to make an application to basically handle HR-based functions. So we need an app that can ingest data from a spreadsheet that we've got already. We want it to be stored in some form of a SQL database. We want a web app so that we can edit that employee data. And we also want to be able to search, edit, and create new employees based off of that application. So it's got to be responsive. We need to be able to build this thing so that we can, in essence, run it on any form of media that we wanted to, whether that be mobile, web, or an iPad, tablet, you name it. So I'm actually going to dive in here, and we're going to build this application right now. And we'll show you just how quick and easy it is to innovate with the OutSystems platform. So I just want a thumbs up if you're able to see my screen. Give me a yes, give me a no, somebody.
We see it.
Excellent, cool. So this is Service Studio. This is basically our graphical IDE that you'll be working in when you're building applications in OutSystems. Scratch. So we're going to build this app from scratch. And we want to make it a reactive mobile app. So we could just make a dedicated tablet app or a dedicated phone app, but we're going to do a reactive web app because we might host this and have customers running it both in browser or in mobile phones. So we'll go ATM employees, and let's make sure that this looks good. So we'll actually get the ActualTech Media logo assigned to this as well. So now the IDE is basically reaching out and connecting up to my own personal OutSystems environment that's running, and it's created a shell of an application in which we will create our first module inside of that app. So here we go. We'll do a quick walkthrough of kind of the area and what the interface looks like. So think of these 4 items up here on the top right as the main types of things that you'll interact with when building an application. So we've got processes, so think of that like your workflow. We've got the interface where you would actually do your UI and UX. And then we've also got logic. So traditional developers would kind of think of this as like functions and methods, or a place where you could create APIs. And then of course we've got a place where you can manage, build, run, and work with your data set. So over here on the left, I've kind of got this contextual gutter area that'll pop up things based upon what I'm doing. In the middle, I've got my canvas that I work with. And over here, we've got data and all sorts of stuff. So they said they had a spreadsheet, but if they didn't have a spreadsheet, I could basically create an entity, which in most cases is basically a database table. So right out of the gate, I've created a brand new database table, and we can see that the system's already kind of telling me, hey, you got some contextual things that you need to figure out. This app isn't ready to publish. So why don't we add an ID here, and we'll call it name. And then if I wanted to, I could say, let's do something else like date of birth. We'll just do DOB. So I've got the ability to build out the SQL database here with the tables and everything else that I might need. But they already said they had a spreadsheet, so I'm just going to take their spreadsheet that they've got, ingest the data, and we'll start working with that inside of the platform to build this application. So some interesting things have just happened. I've imported that data, and as we see here, it's got basically the same thing that was in the spreadsheet, but the platform also did a couple of really interesting things as well. It defined a data structure for me, and it also created a bunch of data-based functions. So if I wanted to, I could update an employee. So it's actually created a method for me to do that. Delete an employee, it's created a method for me to do that as well. So basically now I can throw that spreadsheet away because we've just imported all of that data that was in that spreadsheet into a SQL-based database that is running in the platform and that we'll be able to use. So now I can toss that spreadsheet and we can actually start working on building an interface. So here we have basically a way to create an interface for this app. So we could add the screen, and here we've got a bunch of templates that we could use. So if I wanted to do something like an employee detail template, I could do that. Or if I wanted to create a list of employees, I could do that and start mapping it back to the data. But here's something even cooler that we do inside of the OutSystems platform. We're going to create a UI off of the data that we just imported. All that I have to do is grab this entity, drag it into the main canvas, and the platform says, I've got some assumptions here. You're going to want to create a main screen for employees, and then you're also going to want to create a screen for employee detail. So yeah, that's actually pretty cool. So this thing's already cruising along and helping me develop faster. So we'll actually take a look at what one of these screens would look like. So here's a basic list of employees. That's pretty cool. The other thing I could do is go into an employee detail screen, see what that looks like. All right, that's pretty sweet. So we've got, in essence, a data structure. We've got a bunch of functions that the platform already built for me through the artificial intelligence on how to manipulate that data. And I've now created a UI, or a set of UIs, just by dragging the data into the platform and allowing it to kind of understand what's going on. So I'm at a point where I'm confident to say that I've actually got an application that I can publish and start consuming right out of the gate. And we're going to do that now. So a couple of things we'll look at is, all right, let's see what it might look like on a tablet. That's cool. We see what it looks like in a browser. Let's see what it looks like in a phone. You know what? I like this. This is a minimal viable product. Let's just push it out and let's start getting some feedback from the users. So I just did a one-click publish in which I've now versioned and stored in a repo the code that makes up this application. I've also checked to see if there's been any changes from other users that might be working on that same application. I'm now compiling it and creating all of the necessary network endpoints, DNS entries, and load balancing entries that I might need to actually deliver this application out to an environment and run it in production. And it's actually deploying it at this very moment. So as it's going through the publish, it's looking for any other items that might be useful in helping increase scalability and performance of the app, and it'll tell me about that. But right out of the gate, it said, hey, I'm good to go. I've actually got an application that I can start working with. And if we take a look at this, let me log in real quick. All right, I've got an employee list. So let's go back here and take a look at what our set of requirements were. Want to be able to edit data, search, edit, and create. Okay, so we've got a list. We've got Keith. Keith is a Murphy's. Cool. Okay, so I can edit. Let me search. Let's Babaya. Let's try Valerie. Yep. Okay, so search is working. Cool. And let's add a new employee. And let's make sure that I'm in there. Awesome. So we literally just did exactly what that email was asking for and created an application. Now basically we can have the HR team start consuming and using this application and providing feedback to us on how we could iterate on it and make it better. So, done with a demo. That was cool. Let's go back here now and actually show you guys the rest of what we're doing with OutSystems. You don't have to just take my word on this. We are highly rated both in low-code, no-code, and multi-developer experience platform ratings from Gartner and other industry analysts. But I think really the thing that speaks out the most is how do our customers feel about us. So you can see that we're highly rated both in the MX and low-code environments. We've got a couple of competitors, but really we address a much broader set of business challenges and use cases, specifically when we start thinking about being able to one-click publish an application directly to a store, so either the Apple Store or the Google Play Store. And last but not least, if you want to learn more, absolutely go to the learning paths that I've got linked here. You'll be able to both learn how to quickly use OutSystems, and you can try OutSystems for free. There's no paywall whatsoever. Sign up for your own personal account. And here's my contact information. If you ever want to reach out, if you have any questions about how the platform works or what we can do to help you in actually building and delivering modern applications with OutSystems, I'll be glad to talk to you. So thank you very much, and I hope that was informative.
That was great. I really enjoyed the demo, and there are a bunch of good questions if you're game to tackle a couple of these.
Let's dive in.
So let's just knock this one out quick because you just touched on it. Bradford is asking, do you provide anything in the way of like training materials to help people get going if this low-code experience is new to them?
Absolutely. In fact, interesting personal anecdote on this is I like to teach, and for me to understand if I have a true grasp of a concept, I like to be able to teach that concept. So part of my hiring process here at OutSystems was I needed to be able to teach a team about what OutSystems was. So I actually practiced on my mother and asked my mom, hey mom, would you be willing to try to build an application with me and see how we could like quickly and easily teach my mother how to build an app? And I took her through a similar application to this employee HR use case one. And yeah, it was all based off of the demo videos that we've got. In fact, all of our learning material to get you up and running and testing the OutSystems platform and using it in a functional way is free.
That's such a great
And we've got a
test. Like,
fantastic.
if my mom can do it, anybody can do it.
Yeah, and the fact is we've got a great community as well that's out there to support. So come on over to our community page. You can interact with folks both in the forums, and you can also look and see what they're doing around the Forge and the components that you can build in the Forge.
Great. One thing I noticed when you were doing the demo is after you published that app, you went to log in and you actually had to authenticate. That must have been something you already had set up, but what do we need to have in place to have some authentication mechanism like that?
The most simplistic standard base methods of auth. I mean, you could do anything from Active Directory, Azure AD, Okta, any of the standard identity and authentication providers you can plug into the platform itself. That authentication was just me doing a standard local authentication to my own role-based access control that I've got set up.
Okay. That's another thing I was going to ask about. Is it pretty easy to put some role-based access controls inside the application you're building?
Easy and complex all at the same time, and I'll qualify that answer. So easy in the sense of, yes, absolutely, you can do RBAC, you can control your standard CRUD-based operations. When it gets complex, let me give you an idea of how complexity can look inside of this. You could actually create organizations or business unit-based structures and control what types of applications or what types of functionality those users are allowed to get to, touch, build, publish, etc. The platform is so feature-rich in the ways that you can actually control who and what can get to what, do what, and it's fantastic. I mean, you may want it so that anybody out there can build an application, but only certain users can actually test them, publish them, and deliver them out to their quote-unquote production environments.
Makes sense. So this is an interesting question. There's probably lots of people watching who have an existing application that they're tired of babysitting and would like to somehow port into a low-code platform like this. Is that possible? And if so, what is the lift required to do that?
I'm going to give you a typical solution engineering answer on that one, which is it depends. And here's why it depends. What framework was the application built in? Is it, something that would require a separate runtime to be able to handle it? Is it containerized? Is it not containerized? How's it compiled? There's so many different factors, but I will say this. We absolutely do have a practice inside of our professional services that helps folks understand what their application portfolio looks like and the ease of porting the applications that they may already have in that portfolio into the OutSystems platform.
Cool. Looks like folks might have sniffed out that there is a free tier and are wondering where is kind of the cutoff? What can you get to try out the free tier, and then where do you need to think about moving up into the first level?
Free tier, stress it as much as you want. I'll put it to you this way. I've yet to hit a boundary that has stopped either myself or other. Actually, let me restate that. We've been handing out the free tier to organizations that are working on global good and efforts to increase humanity. And we've seen organizations basically start and build wonderful applications for community outreach, for health or crisis-based reasons. And the interesting thing about the free/personal edition environment is really you're only going to be limited to the types of integrations that you can do. So you're not going to be able to plug it into existing on-prem systems and leverage that type of stuff, but you can build reactive web apps, you can build mobile apps, and really the only quote-unquote type of paywall you may run into is we actually look at the apps that are being built in our free environment, and we'll reach out and help you if we see that you're at a spot where we could potentially give you some value or help you out with some value around how to advance that application further.
Okay, great. Well, I think that's all the time we've got for this one. Thank you so much for being on the Megacast today and for your great demo. That was a lot of fun and people really enjoyed it.
Thanks for having me. It's been my pleasure.
All right, folks, we are rounding the last corner, nearing the home stretch. We got one more presentation to go, which I'm excited to jump into. But before we do that, I have a gift card to give away. This is a $500 Amazon gift card, and it's going to go to Brittany Cox from Oklahoma. Brittany Cox from Oklahoma. Thanks for being on the Megacast today, and we'll be in touch to deliver your $500 Amazon gift card. There are another gift card and another grand prize coming later, and don't forget there is a $50 gift card up for grabs for the best questions. So keep asking your great questions. It's been very lively in the Q&A recently, and that makes it more fun for everybody, and we all learn more. So keep doing that. All right, to bring us home, we've got Charles Goforth, Cloud Systems Engineer at Clumio, and we're going to hear from him next. So Charles, thanks for being with us. Go ahead, please.
Hello, and welcome to today's Clumio session with ActualTech Media. My name is Charles Goforth. I'm one of the founding cloud sales engineers at Clumio. Today, I'll share how you can avoid common missteps in cloud, and by doing so, provide an improved foundation for your applications. Now, AWS encourages innovation. However, optimized cloud is impeded if you bring legacy or inefficient processes in. Clumio solves for that. We provide a transformational approach to protecting your cloud workloads. Clumio is an authentic SaaS service built natively in AWS to optimize the data protection of your AWS workloads. We harness the potential of the cloud with minimal overhead. This principle is core to our success and allows our subscribers to consume simple data protection that optimizes security and provides improved recovery experience, all while reducing cost of ownership, even lower than native AWS services. Our vision is to solve for inefficient data protection in the cloud. There's common inefficiencies, and they're listed right here. There's zero visibility when it comes to AWS backups. Now, this issue has come up over and over as we talked with our cloud innovators. Customers shared how they could protect via AWS backup, but they didn't know if it actually worked. They didn't know if they were overprotecting or even underprotecting. They didn't know how much they were spending on backups. This is rooted in the near impossible way to decipher just how much capacity your backups are consuming, especially at a granular level. Imagine if you were asked to provide the detailed cost of backups of just a small subset of EC2 instances for the last year. Could you do it? The answer is probably no. A second pain point came in the form of antiquated security for backups, meaning there isn't a solution readily available to protect you from modern attacks like ransomware. This leaves the security up to the customer like you to architect, and you typically end up replicating snapshots to form some level of air gap. Now, this approach is extremely ineffective. Bad actors can often access the second copy just as easily as the first. Restore times are highlighted as a third pain point. Speed isn't consistent, and performing file level restores is a very cumbersome effort. We solved for restores that took days. Things like if you had to apply an old snapshot and then rev it to fit the current version of the platform as a service, we removed that obstacle. And finally, costs. The cost to retain backups to meet retention requirements is significant. The more you keep, the higher the cost, but you're really paying for a service that fails to deliver fundamental recovery features that you would expect from backups. You can't do file level or restore across a region in case there's an outage. With Clumio, we deliver a world that's vastly better. We give better visibility. I'll show that in the demo. Stats like true snapshot consumption, cost of ownership, down to the tag level. We give better security with our air gap service. It offers you the ability to decouple data protection from your platform, ensuring recoverability regardless of the health of your AWS account. Our solution improves restore times, giving you access to very prescriptive data calls without the need to rehydrate entire instances or rebuild platform as a service versions. Clumio provides a global index across all of your accounts in a single pane of glass view with a searchable catalog. This removes the need to jump from one data source or region or to another. We orchestrate backups centrally and apply policy to multiple accounts and regions. This gives you the ability to easily report on backup health across all of your AWS accounts and regions in one place, all without requiring persistent compute and cost in your account. I want to repeat that last statement because it's a huge differentiator that we have. We do not require you to host any persistent compute for backup functions. This is transformational design, and it comes with many benefits. The Clumio platform provides a true SaaS solution, and our customers realize all the strategic value of SaaS. This means you never need to manage the software like code upgrades or patches. You never have to worry about configuration of the capacity that we're storing to, or even tiering for long-term retention. It's a living platform that self-updates and produces the outcome you demand. We leverage the latest AWS APIs for continuous enhancement, where you inherit our innovation seamlessly just by subscribing to our service. This should sound amazing. You get a fully functional protection platform, and you never have to manage it. It frees your time to spend on other strategic business needs. Now, our flagship service offering is Clumio Protect. It's built to optimize the potential of cloud. Clumio Protect gives key point-in-time recovery, decoupling recoverability from your AWS account, and creates a secured air gap for the backup data, ensuring bad actors cannot compromise your backups. There are ancillary services built to provide value and to protect, namely our Discover service. It's built in the model to provide customers visibility previously unavailable in AWS. With Clumio Discover, you have an optimization engine that gives you insights that are actionable. You can identify things like orphan snapshots and provide you a list to remediate of snapshots that probably have exceeded their desired retention period. We're also building availability services that provide first steps toward DR in the cloud. So backups that were typically prone to regional outages, we give you a solution where your backups are no longer bound to the same region of your applications. Clumio supports multiple data sources. You can protect your critical EC2, EBS, RDS, SQL on EC2, DynamoDB, VMware on AWS, M365, all this with no agent for you to manage, because at core, we want to deliver a low-touch, authentic SaaS experience. Now, we've completed a ton of compliance certification, and this aligns to the inherited security you get with Clumio. Our customers adopt Clumio because they know they're subscribing to a more secure recovery solution than what they could build on their own. With features like bring your own keys, we support KMS envelope keys, multi-factor authentication, single sign-on, entity and role-based access, and of course, immutable storage for your backup. Let me share a simplified view of how we work. You can see that you can connect as many accounts as you like, using resources in multiple regions. We enable unified policies that allow you to do two fundamental things. One is operational recovery. This is what most people do today. I take a snapshot, I retain these snapshots for a certain period of time, and I may or may not replicate it to another account to vault it. We do that. It's free. This is a snapshot orchestrator that we provide for no cost. At Clumio, we take this inherited operational backup further, though, and we enhance it to make it back up the way that you expected it to. We solve for the second fundamental need, and this is going to be air gap. Air gaps to protect from modern threats like bad actor, ransomware, or even widespread mistakes that are easily amplified with infrastructure as code. This allows Clumio customers to augment AWS inherited protection capabilities with the first option, or just replace it altogether with a significant cost reduction while gaining a searchable index, global catalog, and full browsing, which gives you the ability to keyword search for granular restorations across accounts, all with an elegant calendar view. Which brings me to this example. On the right probably looks pretty familiar with you. And this is the issue. Scrolling snapshot lists and hope that you can identify the right one when it comes time to do a recovery. It's a challenge. Avoid the pitfall of thinking AWS backups are the easiest and least expensive solution, because they're just not. We innovate to provide an intuitive calendar view of existing snapshots, even if we didn't generate them. Our calendar view will help identify what you need to restore quickly. We do our resources at a granularity that you just can't get in AWS backup. So let's walk through a demonstration and compare the differences between AWS snapshots and Clumio's Discover and Protect platform. So give me a sec, I'll come over here, and there we go. All right, so I showed a list of snapshots in an earlier slide. So let's dig further into the challenges that are represented with AWS snapshots. And you see right here, this is a list of EBS snapshots in one account. This is actually my lab environment where I have 18 EBS volumes. Not very big. However, there are over 680 snapshots just for those volumes. This is really representative, though, of a basic 30-day retention where monthly snapshots are stored for just a year. Now, this may seem like a lot of snapshots, and it's going to expand even more because there's some major shortcomings I want to show just at this level. The data shown only expresses snapshots for this account, for this region, and this specific data type. If I have multiple accounts and regions, I have a separate list for each of them that I must navigate to in order to get any information about them. It's showing me only EBS snapshots. If I have other services such as RDS or DynamoDB, I have to navigate to those services and look at their lists. If you want a consolidated report of protection across all the accounts, all the regions, and all the services, you're going to need to export individual lists into a spreadsheet and then start to filter. That's a lot of work. Second challenge I want to highlight here, and you probably have faced this yourselves, you have no awareness of what is in here, meaning that there's no index, there's no catalog to provide any information regarding the content of these snapshots. When someone asks you to restore a file and they're just uncertain when the last known good copy was present, there's no good way to accomplish this with AWS snapshots. What you have to do is load every snapshot one by one into an EBS volume, and then you mount that EBS volume into an EC2, look for the file. If the file is found, make sure it's the right version, and if the file is not found, move on to the next mount, remove the mount, delete the volume, and repeat this process with the next snapshot. That's a lot of words I just said. Customers have told us that that process can take hours to accomplish, and in some cases, file-level restoration was completely removed from services offered to their customers due to the complex process. We want to give you the ability to get access to your data again. A third challenge is that listing of snapshots gives you no details about the space consumed. Let me go further into that, because your AWS bill aggregates the total snapshot footprint cost, but there's no way for you to drill down to understand who consumes what inside of the footprint. So in this list, AWS is simply showing me the provisioned volume size of these instances where the snapshot was originated from, but the snapshots are incremental. So these numbers listed, they don't represent the size of the snapshot at all. In some, accurate reporting back to the business is completely impossible with AWS backups. So let's take a look at how a transformational technology like Clumio resolves data protection in the cloud. Now, we like to start with discovery. If I give you more information about your ecosystem, I believe that you're going to make more informed decisions about how you want to optimize your backups. Clumio is a free tool in Clumio. Discover is a free tool in Clumio's platform. Anyone can go to the AWS Marketplace and simply deploy it. It requires just read-only IAM, and it will give you an informed representation of snapshots. Discover captures metadata in your accounts related to existing snapshot footprints from persistent data sources such as EC2, EBS, RDS, and DynamoDB. We analyze the metadata real time, and we provide an easy-to-consume dashboard with information related to the current snapshot metrics. So let's review a few of those metrics here. The first metric estimates the monthly cost based on the current footprint that Clumio discovers. Clumio utilizes AWS change block tracking APIs to understand the incremental sizes of recursive snapshots. This is game-changing. The second metric we display is the count of orphan snapshots. These are snapshots that are no longer associated with an EC2. You can click into this metric for additional details on the orphan snapshots in order to understand, is there any value in keeping them around? This helps solve the problem around overprotection. Maybe you had snapshots that you didn't intend because you've already deleted those EC2s, but it'll also help you remove that unnecessary cost. Third metric I'd like to share here, it shows snapshots that are older than 30 days. We've had customers connect to discover and identify snapshots that were in excess of 70 months that they didn't know existed. Deleting these saved them hundreds of terabytes in cost. Lastly, I'd like to show instances that do not have any protection in the last 30 days. This is equally as wrong, right? I have I've identified gaps in my protection strategy, and we give you the opportunity to remediate that. We'll give you a list of these. Now, these metrics are further enforced through charts below that show histograms and trends, which will help you confirm, is your protection outcome met? And we'll even highlight things like high change rate in snapshots where the footprint has increased. Now, I can click on the orphan snapshot. This would bring me to another chart. We call this our footprint tab. Here you can really drill down into the resource used at potentially it could be at the account level. You could look at region, at the asset type, heck, even down to a tag to understand if there are specific tags for a workload or a business unit. We conveniently provide you a list at the bottom of the page where you can export this, expand it and export it, provide this thing into, a business unit or audit. Another useful tag within Discover, or tab within Discover, is our cost analyst tool. This is going to evaluate what it would take to create a secure air-gapped copy of all of your snapshots that exist in your account today. The assumption here is that you have to replicate all of your local snapshots to another account. Clumio inherently does this for you. We inherently provide an immutable air-gapped, encrypted, and version-controlled backups of EC2, EBS, RDS. Customers that want to address concerns around ransomware and attacks from internal bad actors are interested in Clumio's ability to prevent their backups from getting encrypted or deleted in the event of such an attack. The stateless design and our ability to reduce the data footprint through compression and global deduplication allows Clumio to offer the security advantages of Protect while reducing the costs you'd normally incur in only AWS snapshots. Now, let me show you on how you come on board. First, we'd click on the Environments tag. Clumio would allow you to onboard your account and will provide you a list of the IAMs that we require for the Clumio Discover and the Protect. You don't have to deploy them both. You could deploy only one if you needed to. Once your account is connected to Clumio, we offer a simple policy engine that allows you to create the outcome that you desire. So let me show you that real quickly here. I'm going to just create a policy here. I'll call this test policy. And we'll do the example in EC2. Keep in mind, EBS, RDS, it's the same. Let me start at the second tab here. On the second tab, this is an orchestration of in-account snapshots. This is what you're doing today with AWS Backup. You're going to create a snapshot with some frequency and assign it a retention. Right? We'll put this one at 7 days for hourlies. Now, there are other software providers, they charge a per instance fee to orchestrate native AWS snapshots. I hope you remember this is free within Clumio. We do not charge for this. The first tab of policy allows you to define a much more capable backup strategy where you can assign a region as a specific backup target. So let's say if all of your production is in Virginia, let's go ahead and put your backups in Northern California. You can also create long-term retention, all by hitting buttons here and assigning as you desire. Right? The benefits of the Clumio backup tab are paramount. Right? What we're able to do is deduplicate compressed data at the source and allows us to efficiently transfer data at a minimal cost using AWS's border network. We also allow you to have an air gap, catalog, file search, simplified recovery. So once a policy is created, it gets applied to instances within your AWS accounts by tags. All Clumio backups are full once, incremental forever. Data is encrypted in flight and at rest in both directions for backups and restores. Using Clumio for your backup, you gain incredible functionality around data access and data mobility. So let's take a look and see how that works for EC2. If I click into an EC2 that's already under a policy, my gold policy here, and I'll look at this specifically one. So I'm presented with a bunch of information about this instance. I can see its AWS attributes here. There's a link that would actually bring me directly to that instance within my AWS console. I can take an on-demand snapshot or backup of that instance. I can produce a global search of a specific file. So this is a SQL server, so I'll just look for an MDF here in real time. I can also do that same search through just a calendar view. So if I know where this master MDS file resides, I can look at it via not just our calendar, but browsing for it on the file side. I can do these point and click file searches inside the directory structure. I can restore the entire instance. I have a number of options available, and I'll get into those a little bit further, but just wanted to show you really quickly. I could do go into the folder, hit next, and I would be presented with a bunch of different options for the restoration as far as like, do I want to direct download or allow someone to have access to it. If I wanted to do a full restoration, I can restore just the underlying EBS volumes. If I chose to, I could restore it as an AMI. I could also restore it as an EC2, and then the advanced feature gives me some more mobility here. And let me share what I can do here. Here I can choose which region, which account that I would like to have it restored to. I can apply other attributes to this instance, such as defining the subnet, performing some sort of IAM that I would like to have it inherited, or even applying new tags. You can see multiple features available for me at the restoration. Now, if I look at our approach to RDS, Clumio provides very powerful function here as well. Let me go back again to something under gold. You can see in the RDS instances, and here we go. So we provide integrations into the point-in-time restoration capability inherited with AWS up to 35 days. But we also take an air-gap secured copy and we store that inside of Clumio's account. This is what we call the rolling backup. It's a full point-in-time restoration capability if you lose everything. Databases, the snapshots, your entire account integrity, you would have a recoverability of that RDS database. You can perform this restoration to another region, to another account. Right. One of our more exciting capabilities that we have around RDS is the ability to query and retrieve records directly out of the backup. So let me just go back to the 14th here. I can do a retrieve here. Now, you can do a complex query here. So you can write SQL statements that are like select statements around like joins and merges across tables and instances. I'm not a DBA. I don't have that scripting background, but I can do a select star. The cool thing here is that we're going to produce this. We're going to give you a preview first of the results of the query, and then you can just download those records without the support of an underlying database engine. So therefore, we've removed the dependency of a DB engine of maybe recreating the entire platform as a service. So your backup is no longer bound to that database engine, those versions, and it allows you to quickly get information needed for an audit without having to download all the instances. This is super important because reproducing of a database is cost and time prohibitive, especially at scale. Reporting is huge. We have and it's all inherited. A comprehensive audit report is available for you. It's exportable to Splunk for long-term retention. We have additional reports around activity and compliance that's customizable, exportable, emailable, and schedulable. So we think that Clumio gives you a really great functional solution here. So, let me jump real quickly back over to here. And with Clumio, it's a transformational data protection platform. It helps you avoid the missteps of reliance upon AWS Snapshot and the management and cost burden that is associated. Our customers enjoy optimized data protection experience with improved security posture. Thanks for watching. I encourage you to check us out. You can visit Clumio in the AWS Marketplace. Start improving your data protection experience with a free $200 worth of credits. You can also reach out directly to me via charles@clumio.com. Let's check out and see if there's any questions in chat now.
Thank you, Charles. That was great. And there are indeed some questions in the chat. So let's take a couple of them. First of all, I know you get this question a lot, but far and away the most prevalent theme is, hey, I saw a lot of AWS here. Do you support other clouds, or can I use this in my environment, or things of that nature? So can you just clarify, where can folks leverage Clumio technology today?
So super excited that you're seeing that the customers here are seeing the potential here. We look to expand to multi-cloud in the next year, but to be clear, 2021, this is the year that Clumio is optimizing AWS. And so our engineering focus is to go deep into the services. So we're not going to only protect like EC2 or EBS, but like look for further things like DynamoDB, S3, things of that nature that are really useful and like the modern applications are dependent upon. There's a huge gap today, and we want to fill it. And once we get that done, you'll see Azure, GCP, the other public cloud offerings coming available.
Great. Emilio is asking, is there a public API that they could use to automate some things with Clumio?
Absolutely. Cloud is all about do more with less, and so when we can do like things like via script and machine connection, totally. So we have full REST API capability. We actually publish them for you. We'll do recipes as well to help you co-author some of the engineering tasks that you're trying to do. But every button click that I'm doing, create a policy, do a restoration, you can do that via API.
Great. Back to where you were looking at some snapshots, this attendee is wondering, are you able to discover and report on snapshots that Clumio didn't create?
That's awesome. Absolutely. And that's foundational with our Discover solution. We're able to centrally report existing snapshot footprints across all of your accounts, even if we didn't create them. And this gives you visibility to problems that already existed, old snapshots, orphan snapshots. And we'll actually take it even a level further.
So we have a service that would allow us to ingest old snapshots into the Clumio catalog. This gives you the ability to remove those snapshots out of your account. You gain that cost savings, but you also get the Clumio calendar, queryable index, and search capability. So you recognize instant cost reduction. It saves you also that you don't have to wait for those old snapshots to expire. So yeah, true to form. We want to tell the news, but then we want to help you solve it.
Great. No conversation about this sort of stuff would be complete without spending a minute on ransomware. Can you speak to how that might be relevant here?
It's so awesome because, most of our customers before, they were spending a lot of time trying to solve for how do I create this the secret vault of my data, because if I have a disgruntled employee or a bad actor or malware that comes out, what do I do? Well, this is aside from authentic SaaS as being core to us, security is core too. And we solve because we created an immediate air gap for your backups. So this removes the backup operation recovery from the health of your account and your environment. That's critical. We aren't storing your backups in your account. And we achieve this because we're only going to ask for minimal IAM role, and you subscribe to an ephemeral process that further secures. So we're not asking for anything persistent. Keep in mind, there's no agents, no persistent compute. You get an air gap for your backups, and it's invisible from your account. This means backups are stored in a fashion that just can't be accessed from your account. And so this is an additional layer of security that most people just don't understand, or they just don't have the ability to build it themselves. Clumio provides it for you. And the cool thing, you get it day one. Just subscribe to us. You're going to get that immutable storage, that ransomware air gap that everybody else is trying to figure out how to architect.
So an extension of that thought, some folks are wondering about, where the backup data is stored. How does it deploy in my account? Is it in your account? Where does the backup data live? That sort of thing. So can you just describe high level, architecturally speaking, how does this hook into my environment?
So I'm going to start from the beginning. In that you're going to go to Marketplace. You're going to deploy the CloudFormation template. It takes 15 minutes at most. If you prefer orchestrating using like Terraform, reach out to us. We'll help you with that. However, the services that we're asking for, we're going to have for a read-only IAM. It's going to allow us to read meta tags and things of that nature. You will, and that just gives us this inventory, right? Inside the Clumio interface, or if you're doing it via API, you would define a policy that says, hey, I have tags in my environment, or maybe there's a rule that I want to create in my environment that says, if you have this personality, I need to have it protected with Clumio. Then we deploy what is called a secured encrypted S3 VPC endpoint that allows us to compress that data, encrypt that data, and send it over to the Clumio platform. And we shut it all down once that backup job's done. And we repeat that process every single time that there's a scheduled job for us to ingest data, or a scheduled job for us to restore data to another account or to another, let's say region, account, you name it.
Great.
Hopefully that was high level enough.
Yeah. No, that was perfect. That's all the time we have, Charles. Thank you so much for joining us. It was great to have you and Clumio on the Megacast today. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right, folks, last round of prizes, and then just kind of a few items here as we're wrapping up. So the last gift card, hang on, let me flip over to it here. Last $500 Amazon gift card goes to Eric Tucker from Louisiana. Eric Tucker from Louisiana, $500 Amazon gift card. And the final M1 iMac is going to go to Alan Watson from Texas. Alan Watson in Texas. So Eric and Alan, congratulations. Thanks for being on the Megacast today. And thank you to everybody for being with us. Let me just point you to a couple of things as we're wrapping up here as a way for you to continue learning. First of all, I told you at the very beginning of the event, but some of you may not have been here at that point, that ActualTech Media runs a couple of podcasts. We run one called 10 on Tech, which is a short, maybe 10, 15-minute podcast introducing you to new ideas, new technology, with influencers in the space that have big ideas to bring to you. So it's a nice, easy listen, real quick. So I'd encourage you to go check that out on iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher, Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts. That one's a lot of fun. We've also recently just launched a podcast called Inside the Guide, where we take a topic from our Gorilla Guide book series and dig in deep with an expert on that topic. So we just launched it with a 3-part series on Kubernetes, where we interviewed experts on Kubernetes and how that changes the way that folks do business. So it's super fun. I'd love for you to go check that one out too, and I think you'll enjoy it. Again, anywhere podcasts are found, iTunes, Spotify, etc. It's called Inside the Guide by ActualTech Media. If you are watching this and you would be a potential presenter who might like to sponsor a future EcoCast or Megacast, we'd love to speak with you. As you've noticed, this is a lot of fun, lots of folks here, very engaging event. You can reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com, and we'll send you all the information about what that would look like, and we would love to have you. Finally, we're running events like this one all the time. If you go over to events.actualtechmedia.com, you can see the full schedule. We're actually running another Megacast with just as many, actually I think one more presenter on it tomorrow, on assessing and improving data protection, DRaaS, and disaster recovery capabilities. So tomorrow is going to be all about data protection and DR, and that is in fact one of our most popular types of events. It's obviously with security challenges ever growing. It's a really important topic that we're all spending a lot of time thinking about. So these are very popular. It's not too late to get signed up for that one. So please join us if you're available tomorrow and interested in the topic of data protection and DR. And again, at events.actualtechmedia.com, you can see the full schedule. If you go kind of to the right of the slides and underneath the Q&A box, there's actually a direct link to that. Go and check out the schedule, see what else piques your interest. We would love to have you there. And if there's any thoughts as we're wrapping up and you want to keep this conversation going, don't forget that over at the hashtag ATM Megacast on Twitter, or mention me at JD Green. I would love to keep having this conversation and talk about wrangling the cloud. So thank you all so much for being here. It was a lot of fun. And for those of you who are signed up, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day, everybody.